in the lighter way here, you're now taking the trip of all trips of mankind. Can I ask each one of you, which place would you like to go to for a vacation when you come back to Earth?
Well, I think that the situation being what it is now, the place I would most like to go immediately is the Lunar Receiving Laboratory. If I'm able to go there, we will have succeeded.
Well, well, well. We are back again. So, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good night, wherever you are in this absolutely insane world that we live in. Holy moly. Where do you even begin? At the beginning. Wherever that is, right? Interestingly enough, just about 15 minutes ago, I heard my son, my youngest son, he asked, was it Alexa? Or he's got, oh no, hey, don't get me started. He's got an Alexa, and what's the other one? A Nest, a Google Nest. And it's like, oh my God. Anyway, that's another story, right? He said, I heard him saying, "Oh, Alexa, how old is the Earth?" And it started going on about, look, it just heard me there. I don't know if you'd heard it, but it said 4.5 billion years ago. But before it said that, it was like, scientists can tell by rocks they find on Earth and rocks they found on the moon. So rocks on the moon determine how old the Earth is. Sure, hey, why not? It's 2024, right? Believe that, believe anything. Where is it? I'm going to switch it off. Right, it's getting switched off. Unplugged. Honestly, the things you do for your kids. Where am I? There we go. So yeah, we're back again. I kind of like it's going to be kind of like a Apollo 11 orientated stream, looking at, in particular, Neil Armstrong and but not Buzz, Michael Collins. We've looked at Buzz quite a lot. I mean, when it comes to Buzz Aldrin, nothing's really hidden in terms of, is he connected to the occult? What his life was like? A lot of that's in the open. Neil, maybe not so much, and Collins, not so much. Collins was a wee bit like the man that got forgotten. Do you know? Because, and there's reasoning to that in my own view. But all the attention was basically on Neil. And not even so much Buzz Aldrin, but even for him, it was too much. Do you know when you harbor or harvest inside you a gigantic lie, and you know it's a lie, it will eat you inside out. Guaranteed. And I don't mean even in a metaphorical sense. It will genuinely do that to your body. Genuinely eat you up, man. For breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And I mean, I shouldn't laugh, but we seen that. We seen it with Buzz Aldrin. He couldn't hack it. It might have showed that Buzz was a wee bit more, I guess, human than maybe Neil or Collins, but that would be pushing it, to be fair. I don't know if I could call him human, to be honest, Buzz Aldrin, but there you go. But before we get into that, we'll do a wee bit of bits to cover. How long has it been now since I was on? About 2 weeks, maybe 3. So it's like first day back after a long holiday. First day back. Fuck, how does it work? So what we'll do is we'll hopefully the audio's okay. We'll say hello, and then I'll show you, I guess, why I've been away. At least for the past week. I think the week before that, we were off, but we weren't in YouTube prison. But last week we were. You might hear the ice cream van. It's the icy. What do people call the ice cream van in their local area? We call it the icy, which is, makes sense, I suppose, but I know there's different names for it. In Glasgow, they call it the drug dealer. Let's not go there, right? If you don't know about the ice cream wars in Glasgow, you might. It's quite interesting. You might want to look it up. Brutal, man. Some of the stuff that happened was, oh man, brutal. It was like two gangs basically that were up against each other, and people died. A house got lit on fire. I think young children died in it. Some people escaped, but then went on to die later. I think due to the damage from the fire, the smoke. It's grim. I think that was in the 1960s, maybe, or before it, maybe. But brutal stuff, man. And you kind of think an ice cream van, kids, sweeties, ice cream. And then, but behind all that was like this mafia sort of evil entities that, when there's money to be made, in particular big money, you could be guaranteed there's going to be mafia there. Guaranteed. No two ways about it. The biggest one being the political mafia, of course. So we'll jump in the chat, we'll say hello, and then I'll show you quickly, and then we'll look at a few other bits. Have I got... We've got 1 or 2 videos to show. Who's top of the list, top of the class today? Our brother from America, the land of hope and glory. Let's not go there, right? American fathers, Johnny, good to see you back again. Top channel, too kind, very kind of you. Thank you very much. We're doing all right now. I've said it before, but when the channel got like 300-400 subscribers, I thought, what the heck? How on earth did that even happen? Because when I had like 10, 14, I remember, I thought, wow, that's pretty good. 14 people willing to subscribe. And when I think now, what would that have been, 2020? Well, actually, the end of 2019 is when we kind of got started. And I've said this before, but I was a bit unsure as to where does it go, what do I create, what do I do, and I just kind of let it flow. I just went with the flow, and thought, right, if there's any particular topic, I'll go with that. If there's any particular event, I'll cover it. And of course, I was already into looking at the sky, in particular the clouds and the, what did they call it again? Contrails? Yeah, the contrails, of course. Yeah. So one of the very first videos I made, and I ended up deleting it, which I wish I never. I genuinely wish I never deleted it now. But it was just so, I don't know, man. I guess you can only really know the feeling if you do this yourself. In your videos from, like, I don't know, 5 year ago, 10 year ago, you watch it back and you're like, nope, delete, quick, exit, and it was kind of like that. But I do regret it to an extent, because hey, I was only starting out then on YouTube, at least. Before then, the only really content creation I had done was on Facebook. Did I do it on Twitter? When I had the football page on Twitter and Facebook, which I've still got on Fascist Book, I used to make different videos, and I'd put together the highlights or different goals that had been scored. And even back then, what I liked to do, it's kind of like, I mean, the content you make, it's your own personal preference, and that means not everybody's going to like it. So hey, comes with the territory. But even back then, and this is going all the way back to 2010, 2009, 2010 is when I started, because I founded a group that was it was like a supporters group, and it was called Elgin City Diehards. And I made that, it must have been 2008, 2009, maybe 2010 actually, is when it kind of officially started. And it's still going today. I don't take as much in the way of, how could I put it, responsibility. I don't take as much responsibility, but I'm still a part of it. I still like to help out when I can, and I still go to the odd game here and there. Maybe not as hardcore as I was, but I took my son yesterday, and he got to go to his very first Scottish Cup game, and it was great. I mean, it rained most of the day, high wind, blowing a gale, typical Scottish weather. So yeah, it was pretty good. What happened is it ended up being one each, so it finished in a draw, and it went into extra time and then a penalty shootout, which was good. It was exciting for me and for my son as well. He enjoyed it, and yeah, I like to go when I can. It's something. There's not much in Elgin, to be honest. So what are you going to do, right? Apart from go to the football, there's not much going apart from, I don't know, drugs, drink, parties, women, if you could call them that. So there's not much to be done. So anyway, we might cover that another time. That's not why we're here tonight. Why are we here? I don't know. Maybe you can let me know, right? So what I'll do is I'll put the comments. Where are they? I've got two dogs here as well, Beans and Smudge. My wife's mum's dog is here. They were fighting earlier on. It was kind of like toy fighting though. I noticed someone said there, "Are you on Rumble?" I am on Rumble, but I mean, what I done with Odyssey is I synced up the channel, so anything I put on YouTube, it went straight on to Odyssey. And you can do that with Rumble as well, but for some reason I can't. It simply will not let me. And it did originally, and then it decided, no, you're not allowed to do it. So even though I am currently on Rumble, And nothing really gets posted unless I kind of go out my way and put it there. It might be the only show in town at some point in the future. Hey, touch wood that it's not, but in this sort of game that we're in, That's Life But Not As We Know It, it could be any minute, it could be any week, it could be any month, and they can just pull it. It'll be gone. And we've been there before, right? 2 times in the past. Quite incredible that we're still here. Is incredible the right word? I don't know. Is it incredible? It's interesting and pretty strange, to be honest. So good evening, Johnny. Nathan in the hood. I hope you and the better half are doing well. Great to see you. Arms is here. Good to see you, Arms. Back again. I always see Arms about. Always a pleasure. Anglo synth player. Sunsets. Great name, right? Great name. And people say my name's long, but there you go. Clan Gun in the hood. Great to see you. I hope you're doing well. The beautiful Justine, the mother of the group, right? Don't make her angry. She'll sort you out, that's for sure. Good to see you, Justine. Always a pleasure, and I hope you're doing well. Beat after beat. I had to think about that there. What does it say? My brain did not compute. Beat after beat. And the beat goes on. So good evening to you. I hope you're doing well. Arms, Justine, analog synth player. Frank's here. Good to see Frank in the hood. The information tank, of course. And thank you for the emails, Frank. Much appreciated. Tight Scotsman. Hey, there's no such a thing. I'm not having it. Fake news. A tight Scotsman. Never met one in my life, right? Sure. Why not? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. It's good to be back. Yeah, it feels like about 3 weeks now. It must be close to 3 weeks since, at least that I've been on here. I was on Friday on the movie review. So what you need to do is you need to remember that every last Friday of the month, I won't be here. I'll be over on John Davidson's channel doing the movie review. Yeah, which I quite enjoy. Although I was thinking the other day, how long will I continue to do that? I don't know. Hey, God granted, right? I'll keep doing it as long as I feel like I'm capable. But I did think I might move aside at one point and let someone else come in, and they can share their knowledge, right? I don't know. We'll see. Carl in the hood, fantastic, Carl. Good to see you. Refuse Nick in the hood, Sean. Good to see you, Sean. What is it, Billy? Oh, good to see you, Sean. I hope you're doing well. Carl, Ross is here. Good to see you, Ross. Back again. Justine, Frank. Toby. Good to see Toby. What's the bloody dog doing now? Honestly, get a dog, they said. Get 2, they said. Not a good idea. Toby in the hood. Clan Gan, Sean, Frank, Arms. Oh, Toffee's there as well. Good to see you, Toffee. I was watching the Arsenal against Liverpool because Arsenal are my English team. So when you grow up in Scotland, you support a Scottish team and an English team when you're football daft. So since about, I think maybe 2000 and it would have been before that, I was in primary 6. So about 1998, maybe, I started supporting the Gooners, and I was watching them against Liverpool, but it finished in a draw. It was a good game, to be fair. Has been away so long, he showed his arse to the referee at Elgins. He got nicked in the jail, right? Yeah, hey, you'd probably see that on the news, to be honest. Don't be giving me ideas. Toffee, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hopefully your team, they're going to be a bit better this year, right? This season. Has Dark in the hood. So yeah, I did explain that. I am on Rumble, so I guess if you search, you'll find it. But there is videos there, don't get me wrong, but it's very little and very few and far between that I post. I'm trying to read and speak at the same time. It doesn't work. It does not work. Anybody else that I missed? Laura in the hood. Good to see you, Laura. Hope you're doing well. You've helped us through the madness. Well, hey, we keep going, right? We're not done yet. It's not over yet. It's never over, of course. It's a bit like this war. It's a war that continues constantly, but you can win battles here and there. So people say pick your battles wisely, but we're in a continuous war against the powers that be, with agendas implemented through the puppet not the puppet masters, but the puppets, which would be the government, right? We're so lucky. We are not worthy. Sure, why not? So yeah, hey, people, I'll be honest, people have said, look, I don't know what I would have done. Not many people, to be fair, but a few people, they have got in touch in the past and said, look, thank you very much. You helped me through the madness, the complete bloody mayhem of 2020, 2021. So, hey, I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for it. But I just did what I did. I mean, it wasn't even... I think it did get to a point in 2020, 2021 where I thought, look, this could be vital information to get out. And history has kind of proved that it was pretty vital, to be honest. And when it comes to the juice, the biggest thing I always said was, look, don't do it, just wait. Just wait. Don't rush into it. Don't be regretting it, right? Because if you didn't take it, and then you was kind of regretting it, which would mean you was still alive, well, you could go and get it then, right? And I thought only time will tell, because very early on when they rolled out the juice, all the big pharma juice, many people said, look, it won't be a good idea. It will not be. And I don't mean, look, some random dude on YouTube or Facebook or Twitter. People with high degrees, doctors, experienced go-to people came out and said, wait, don't do it. Don't rush into it. It will not be a good idea. And people still done it. They still done it. They would be the people who sat and watched BBC News 24 hours a day on a loop, being I guess programmed with this big fear of, look, if you don't get it, your granny's gonna die, your neighbours will die, all your family, anybody vulnerable, they'll be gone. So wear a mask, get your juice, social distance. I mean, I'm laughing because it was complete insanity, man. And I don't know why. I don't know why very early on I just thought, nah, I'm not buying it. I mean, it was, when you think back, it was quite simple to look at, right, who's promoting it, who's pushing it. Well, first and foremost, Bill Gates. That won't be good. The government, they were pushing it. Not to mention Big Pharma. I mean, come on. There's free right off the bat. I mean, if you listen to any of them free entities, you're going to get caught out. And I know, look, hey, none of us are going to be here forever. and so forth. But you want to try your best. You want to try and live a healthy life, and you want to be about, especially if you've got family and children and people that you want to care for. And I think on top of that, yeah, you don't want, I mean, for me personally, I'm not scared of dying. If I die, I die. Whenever it's going to be, it's going to be. What's meant for you probably won't pass you. But what I do kind of worry about is how other people are going to cope with that, like my children and so forth. And that kind of gets me. So that always spurs me on to try and think, right, look, you don't want to be you don't want to be doing stupid things, right? Which is, yeah, easier said than done, because you want to be here to try and help people. So yeah, it was pretty obvious straight off the bat it wouldn't be a good idea. Very early on, we looked into the whole mRNA, B, C, D, H stuff, and it was like, whoa, wait a minute. This is not right. A bit dodgy would be polite. But people done it. Hey, they done it, man. They done it. So what can you do? What can you do about that? I think a lot of people regret it. And I kind of feel sorry for them, to be honest. Not overly. But I do kind of think, look, it's a shame they never looked into it a bit more. Did I miss anybody else before we carry on? Frank, Hasdak, Just Kate in the hood. Fantastic. Rotary Motion, good to see you. Let's just double check before we jump out of the comments for a wee bit. Ross, Rotary, Just Kate, and I reckon we got there in the end. Is that everyone? Toby, Ross, Justine. Am I at the very bottom? There we go. Yeah, a lot of people did. They fell out. It divided a lot of people, man. If not everybody. It like split the whole world into two. People who seen it for what it was, and people who thought, well, the bodies in Wuhan, right? Let's not forget the people in Wuhan, of course. And remember as well, and I put it in one of the videos that I done, the pantomime, the guy from the WHO coming out and saying it can be characterized as a pandemic. So is it or is it not then? It is because they can say it is, but it also isn't. And early on we looked into that. I can remember saying, speaking to people and saying, this is going right back to before we even went into lockdown and stuff like that. And I was saying, look, we're going to go into lockdown by the looks of it. And I can remember one person in particular said to me, oh, don't be stupid. Oh, they would never do that. Think of all the money that would be lost and blah, blah, blah. And then what would you know? About 2 weeks later, or something like that, we goes into lockdown. Shock horror, right? Shock horror. And I mean, I wish they were right and I was wrong. I genuinely wish that was the case, but in reality, what was deemed conspiracy theories, fake news, what have you, ended up being true. And then we had, I think, over that period, a kind of meme and a phrase developed, which was, what's the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth? And it said 6 months, I think, was the answer. But hey, let's face it, it's longer. It's shorter than that. 2 weeks is probably more like it. And it's quite interesting because we appear to be going through a lot of people call it a mass awakening. And a lot of people are waking up, but it's to such an extent now. It's a bit like, wait a minute, is this by accident or is it deliberate? Do you know what I mean? And I've touched on that before when I talked about the whole 9/11. When you look at 9/11 as a whole, it's blatant. It is so blatant. It is so obvious, man. It is, and by that I mean it was an inside job. Let's call it that, right? And not, it wasn't the official narrative, basically, but it was blatant. A fucking dead, blind man could have seen that it was not as they said. I mean, a kid could have seen that. It was so obvious. And it kind of led me to think, was it, did they do it in such a way where they knew it would be obvious? They knew people would ask questions? Because when you look back over it, I could have done a better job. I could have done a better job at covering it up and not making it look so obvious and pushing the blame to, I don't know, the Taliban or what's the Iranian ones called? Any terrorist Hamas maybe, right? Oh, Hamas done it. That'll be the next one. Hamas took down the fucking Empire State Building. Do you know what? I was trying not to swear. And there we go. There's that boat. The boat sailed. Oh, what can you do, right? So we're back again. I was on with John and sent some on Friday. That was quite good. I always enjoy that, to be fair. But I'm unsure how long I'll do it for. In terms of when I'm back again, I don't know. I reckon it'll be Friday. Unless something comes up. And of course, that's God granted. And if YouTube decide that it's okay, of course, right? And on that note, are we okay for audio? Charles as well in the hood. Good to see you. Anybody that I missed quickly? Sean, Ross, Charles, Justine, Toby in the hood, Toffee in the hood, Frank, Budgie Burger in the hood. But I always see Budgie everywhere. Quite funny. Good to see you. Hasdak's here. Fantastic. We're all good for the audio. Thank you, Justine. Thank you, Carol. You might hear the dog snoring. I mean, hey, you let a sleeping dog lie? Is that the phrase? So we're going to have to let him lie, right? If he gets too loud, I'll go nudge him. Do you ever do that to your wife or your husband or your partner if they're snoring? Just elbow them in the head. Maybe not in the head, but just like push them a bit. My wife last night. I mean, I'm quite bad for it as well, to be fair. And my wife said, "Oh, when you're snoring, I just push you, and you stop." And I'm like, "You fucking what?" So the other night, I was watching. What was I watching again? The X-Files. I'd been binging on the X-Files. And I mean, bloody hell. That's for another day, but yeah, strange is not the word. And I was kind of... I mean, once you start watching one episode, you can't stop. So we started watching one. My wife fell asleep even before it finished. And then I carried on watching until, like, I don't know, it must have been about 3 o'clock in the morning. And I thought, bloody hell, better go to sleep, right? But she had been sleeping for about 10 minutes and then it was this... I thought, oh no. So I gave her a few minutes. I thought, right, I'll let her snore a wee bit. And then I was like, nah, this is too much. It was too loud. And I thought, look, I'm trying to watch, and I had it on the projector, and I'm lying in bed, and I thought, nah. So I just pushed her a bit. Hopefully she's not listening, but She knows the score, right? So yeah, that's where am I at here? Let me quickly share, present. So we'll share it. We'll cover a couple of bits, and then we'll get down to it. So let me see if we're working. Do we need that? That's probably better. Cool. And we're all good for audio. If there's any issues, yeah, write a letter, I guess. Someone will get it, right? Put a message in a bottle. So this video got removed. Do you know, I put this together last week and now I can remember the dates. Because I was actually meant to do this stream on last Wednesday or Thursday. And then I couldn't make it, and then I thought, right, we'll do it on Sunday when I've got a bit of time, and we'll get down to it. So the Friday fix number 21: how to give someone a virus. Shake their hand. Man, right? Sure. So this was quite an interesting video, and it is still there, but it did get removed. Right, so last week we had a video removed, and of course the old medical misinformation policy, right? But what's interesting here, right? And it's really weird, man. I kind of don't know what to think about it. I genuinely, it's not often that I'm kind of unsure. Well, who am I kidding? Story of my life. But because the channel got terminated, right? So, what did I do there? Oh, we shifted it. Oh, what have I done? Who done that? Right, there we go. So, the channel got terminated, deleted, removed, scrubbed from YouTube back in 2021, I think, was the first time. And then it got deleted again in 2022. Only 6 months later, we got deleted again. Because of course the first time we got deleted, about 7 months later, 6 or 7, I put an appeal in and drafted a big appeal with links and all the stuff it needed, and it won, which I was quite shocked, to be honest. I was pretty shocked. But every video that I've made up until the second time the channel got reinstated, every single one of them videos, which I think there was about a couple of hundred anyway, if any of them get removed or AI says, medical this, bloody hate speech that, they can't give me a strike. They cannot issue a strike. And I reckon the reason for that is because the channel had been terminated. So for some reason, all them videos that I made then, they cannot issue a strike if they get removed or are deemed inappropriate or breaching the so-called guideline policies. So they can't issue a strike for it. Hence why they said, look, it violates blah, blah, blah. We know you may not have realised this was a violation, right? So we're not applying a strike to your channel. But any other time, they'll be like, yeah, you're getting a strike. After a warning, you'll get a strike. Even though you might not have realised it was a violation, you'll still get a strike. But for my early videos, they cannot issue a strike. And I'm already on a warning for so-called medical misinformation. Shock horror. So that's what happened originally. And of course, that video got made in October 2020. Yeah, almost to the day. So they removed that. Then again, a video that came out October 15, 2024. Who could resist? ? I think last week it got removed. And of course, this time a strike got issued. But the video before, no strike. So they issued a strike for that. Then again, so I don't know what's going on now, but they seem to be hot on the heels again. Another video gets removed. The Friday Fix number 11, 8th of August 2020, man. A lifetime ago. A lifetime ago. And again, it was what they called medical misinformation. So, about 3 days ago, I thought, right, I'll appeal the how to get a virus video, how to give someone a virus video. Because I thought, nah, that's not right. They've made a mistake, because I watched it back and I thought, there's nothing there to strike. So I did appeal it, and it did get granted, which, yeah, it should be, but I felt like that with every video. Every video that's had a strike, I thought, nah, it's not right. So they reviewed the content, and we think it... what one's... Oh, that's another one that got removed this week. And it was Meme of the Week number 3 plus $4 to $15 for a juice. And remember, everyone was kind of under this impression, well, maybe not us, but, oh, it's for free. No, nothing is for free. You can be guaranteed. It's not free, man. Do you honestly think entities like Big Pharma, they're going to give you something for free? Honest to God, I don't know how anybody could think that, but there you go. So the appeal got granted with that, and the appeal got thrown out for the rest of them. It was like, no, it definitely violates it. So, I mean, them videos, they're ancient. They're like 4 years old. And here we are today still getting pulled up on it. But they can't issue a strike, because the channel already got terminated twice. So they can't issue a strike. And it's a bloody weird situation, right? Because if we go back here, right, let's say the first one, if it was this year that I made it, it would have been a strike, right? Who could resist? That was a strike. That would have been 2 strikes. And then the third one, Friday Fix number 11, that would have been 3. And the channel would have been terminated again. It would have been deleted for a third time. Third time lucky, right? So, it's a bloody strange one. Because the termination of the channel on 2 occasions is somehow protecting it from being terminated again. Is it by accident that? I don't know. I genuinely do not know. But all I know is they cannot issue a strike for any of the videos up until like 2022. But beyond that, they issue a warning or a strike. So it's a bit strange. I'm unsure what to make of it, but so that's why for the past week we've been zipped up and kept quiet by YouTube, right? But we're used to it. I mean, if I was to look back over all the videos that have been removed, well, I reckon it'll be close to 100 videos now, surely. And they can't, if it's up until, if it's pre-2023, they cannot issue a strike, which is weird, right? It's a bit strange. So I thought I'd share that with you. We are back again. For how long? I don't know. I genuinely do not know. And I said that before. I've said it for years now. When they terminated it the second time and it got reinstated, I began to think, well, wait a minute. Whose channel is this? Who's in control of this channel? Is it me or is it YouTube? It's a weird sort of feeling to have where, I don't know, you kind of feel like you're being played to a certain degree. So it's a strange sort of situation to be in. And I know a lot of people, they've had their channel terminated and they never get it back. They appeal and they still don't get it back. They've tried several appeals, they don't get it back. Yet I'm here in a position where it's happened twice, and for some reason I've got it back. People are going to be, nah, that's not right. Folk are going to be saying, wait a minute, he's part of the Illuminati. He's in the occult, right? But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it, to be honest. I kind of feel that the only reason I managed to get it back the first time is because everything we talked about in regards to the juice and what it might do to people, it turned out to be true. So about half a year down the line, it all came out and all the evidence was there. So I compiled it and it could be no longer than 800 words. How that's fair, I don't know. It's totally not, but there you go. So I had to adjust it each time, trying to break it down, trying to get in as much information as I could from the WHO, NHS, what have you, right? So I put it all in, put it together, sent it off. And of course I think within a day it got reinstated. And I thought, holy moly. And we got back again. But I mean, the channel had lost a lot of, it had been building up. And then it just, I don't know, YouTube, it was like they put a cap on it. It was blacklisted, basically. So I was put on the blacklist. Even though I got reinstated, it was like, nah, you won't peak like you did before. But we're still going at least. Then the second time, I mean, what was it they said again? They said I put a video up, and they said it had nudity. There was I can't remember what it was now. That's what it was. It was the film. Oh, what's it called again? Oh, fuck. Oh, man, that's going to annoy me now. Anyway, at the very end of the film, they try and escape the Earth and move to one of these exoplanets. Because the Earth is it? I think it was Don't Look Up. You know the movie Don't Look Up from Netflix? At the very end, and it was like the Garden of Eden. And people they were like half naked, and there was a clip from that, and YouTube said, "Look, it's nudity, it's pornography, right?" And I thought, "What? Wait a fucking minute, man! What the hell?" But then then it got more. So I got that, and then they said, "Oh, they sent another email saying something about spam." What was the other one that I thought it was so funny, man? What was it? Deception, deceptive practices. That's what they said. And I mean, if anybody knows about deceptive practices, yeah, it would indeed. The irony of that, man. The absolute cheek. The irony. So I don't know what happened. I was kind of unsure. I think YouTube made a mistake. Well, they always make a mistake, but I don't know what the situation was, but I can remember at the time when the channel first got monetized, the videos I was making, it made like a couple of quid, £2, £3, £1 maybe. But then at one point, it was like a video was making like 40 quid, 37 quid, 28 quid, with like 200 views, 300, 400. And I thought, fucking hell. I thought that's decent money to be making from a very small amount of views. But I think that something had happened there, and for the life of me, I do not know what. But for some reason, the videos started to make a lot more money than they should have been making. And I kind of wish I did know how. I kind of wish I did know how, right? How did that happen? How did I do that? God only knows. But I think YouTube thought that I had somehow done it, and it was a deliberate thing. But for the life of me, I genuinely do not know how that happened. Honestly. And I kind of wish I did. I'd let you know and say, look, this is how to, instead of making £2 from a video, you can make 40 with the same amount of views. But it happened, man. And I've got all the stats. I could show you exactly how it played out. So I reckon YouTube thought I had done something. AI had picked up on it, I guess. The channel got terminated. But then after a period of time, I think they must have realised they had made a mistake. And it wasn't... I had never done it deliberately. So they must have... I think I was terminated unfairly. Because it was... up until that point, I thought I was under the impression that's how much money a video made. That's what I thought. I mean, I didn't know any different. I thought, oh, they must make more money as time goes on. But I've now realised that's not the case. So, so it's like, well, what did happen? I don't know. I genuinely do not know. Because I remember the second time round, I thought, well, we'll see if the videos make the same amount of money again. And of course they didn't. In fact, it was less. They went on to make a lot less money. I think to make good money, you would probably have to be into the millions of subscribers and hundreds and thousands of views. I've heard people saying, oh, they make loads of money from YouTube. Nah, there's not. You won't be a millionaire unless you're, I don't know, the biggest on YouTube, probably. Then you get all the baggage, like sponsors and what have you. But I've told people that before. If they want to put energy into something where they want to make money, YouTube probably is not the right place, to be honest. There's other ways to make money, that's for sure. I thought, well, it wasn't me. Yeah, I always remember that when I got a strike for the nudity, pornography. And I was like, what the heck? And honestly, it was a female's top half, if you like. But it was like proper blurry, and you couldn't even really make it out. But yet they still done a strike, and then it got terminated. And I thought, what the hell's going on here? But at that particular point, I thought, look, they clearly don't want me. They don't want the channel to be doing what it does. That was the feeling I got then, but I think they realised they had made a mistake. And hey, it might get terminated again. I genuinely do not know. So hey, we'll do what we can while we're still here. Illuminati confirmed. Do you know there's a? Do you know on Telegram, right? You get the spam messages, like Nigerian prince and I don't know, Afghanistani king. Or you need to send me money and stuff like that. There was one I got, and it caught my eye, and it was basically someone pretending to be in the Illuminati. So they had sent a message, and I was like, right, okay. I think they had said, look, have you heard about the Illuminati? And I was like, no, not really. Don't know much about it. Please do go on. And then, of course, they go on to say, well, it's the elite power of the world and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I think the last message I got was talking about you can join it. But obviously, what they wanted you to do is pay money into some kind of scam, and then you don't hear from them ever again. I shouldn't laugh because people probably they do fall for it, I'd imagine. Illuminati confirmed. Yeah. Nah, I reckon yeah, you'd have a lot of money if you were in the Illuminati because what they do is they sell their soul. But at what cost? At what cost, right? You would be selling your cell out, man. Not a good idea. And I don't think I think it's more a family thing. A bit like the whole Freemason stuff. If your dad was in it or your granddad was in it, you might think, I'll head that way. But if you've no connection to it, I don't think you would ever stumble into it. And I reckon if you did, they would soon they would soon throw you under the bus because you would mean nothing to these people. Not a thing, man. They hate yeah, they do. They hate people like us. Especially people that try and call them out. From what I could see from stuff that I've read in the past, the thing they hate the most is people who enter the occult, Freemasons in particular, and then exit and speak about it. They get taken out big time. They will be, what they do is they make an example of you. And that goes way back, way back. And I've talked about that, and it's well documented as well. Of course, it would be because they want people to know. They want people to know that, hey, look, if you join and then duck out and expose what you seen or heard, you'll be finished completely. And I can't remember what year, but I'm sure it was the 1800s. And there was a guy, I'm sure his name was William, actually. It was William, fucking hell. What happened was he was going to write a book, and I've mentioned it before. He was writing a book, I think it was ready to go, and it was about exposing the Freemasons. And the police arrested him. So he gets arrested. Then the Freemason group, they pay the guy's bail, but they come and pick him up, and then he's never seen again. So they took him out. And the book, I don't think, ever got published. That would have been an interesting book to read. If I remember his name, I'll tell you, right? But you could probably look it up. So let me see. What we'll do is if I can share. I want to start to begin with Neil Armstrong. So that would mean we are going to. Is it working? It's working. We're going to a video from let me see. What's the year? 2007. October. Spooky. Dedication of the Armstrong Hall of Engineering. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, man. The Armstrong Hall of Engineering. Yeah, what a guy, right? What a guy. Neil Armstrong. The hero. The American hero. And they always try and portray Neil Armstrong as being a civilian. Like, oh, I just walked off the street. He was a janitor. Now he's walking on the moon. And it's like, well, I don't know why they do that. Because although Neil at the time might not have been tied to the Navy or the military, he was in the Navy. He was a pilot. He did go to war in Korea, I think. So even though he was on so-called Civvy Street at the time of joining NASA, no civilian without military background at the time would have been in NASA. Not a chance, man. Not a hope in hell. The whole Apollo program, they were very choosy about who they picked. Very choosy. And that was, of course, it was for good reason, right? Very good reason. In this particular video, I think we'll play we'll see. We'll see where it goes. So, I think the first person to talk is Gene Cernan. Gene Concernin, as I call him. Gene Cernan is I mean, I've talked about Gene. When I had bugger. When I had Sensum and Bart Sibrel on at the end, we were in the back talking about secret stuff, right? Secret stuff. But I had asked Bart about because Bart's met, I think, maybe 12 of the astronauts, Apollo astronauts, which is quite astonishing. But I was asking Bart, look, what did you make of the guy Gene Cernan? And he was saying, oh yeah, Gene Cernan was very well drilled in acting. And you could see that, you can see it in Gene's work that he done, any interviews that he done. And I think they had got to a point where after so long in the Apollo program, they thought, look, we need to drill the astronauts in acting and in MK Ultra, if you like. Because in my own personal view, the astronauts from Apollo, I mean, I can't prove this, but in my own personal view, at that time, they were under some form of hypnosis and MK Ultra. Because when you think about it, right, and I think they learned a lesson from the Apollo 11 broadcast after it when they came out, and it was like, why is their body language so bad, and they look like they're at a funeral when they should be happy. They should be, I was on the moon, yeehaw. But it was like, we're home. I think they learned a big lesson from that and decided, look, we need to do a bit more on the MK Ultra. And of course, if you can, what's the right word? Not program someone's brain, but if you can make them believe they were actually on the moon, when they get asked about it, they won't come across as being a liar or telling tales, if you like. Because in their own mind, they genuinely did, right? In their own mind, they're like, yeah, I mean, it's like a dream. If you dream about it, then you could maybe interpret it in a better way rather than something you made up. And the video that I showed in the intro, or the trailer, actually, it talks about the slide from the rocket, takes you underground. So I reckon what they done is they went into the rocket, up the lift. Well, not the rocket, but the staging platform, up the lift, done the whole faking going in. Well, they did go in, but then they cut the camera, they come back out, go down the wee slide, and into what was basically like a cinema. You can see it in the video. And in that cinema, that's where they get put through this MK Ultra hypnosis programming. So in their mind, they did do it, but of course they didn't. So we're going to listen to Gene Cernan, and then a wee bit from Neil, and then I've got a couple of different bits to show you. But this is more looking at Neil Armstrong, and a lot of people ask, "Oh, was Neil Armstrong a Freemason?" We don't think he was, but Buzz Aldrin was, and we don't think Collins was. Look, I'm telling you right now, they each and every one of them through the Apollo program, they were connected to the occult in a very, 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 very big way. Very big way. I mean, NASA was created by people in the occult. One person in particular, who was, in my own view, a Satanist. So, can anybody tell us who he was? So, I reckon we might play about 10 minutes, maybe. And then we'll take you to another couple of bits that I want to share, right? So, how do I do it again? Right, I think we're good to go. So, I'll put me on to mute. It wasn't Von Braun. I knew someone was going to say Von Braun. That's not the person I'm referring to. I'll show you, if we've got time, I'll show you the person I'm on about towards the end. And his connections to the occult. And NASA, which, I mean, hey, you could look it up yourself. NASA and occult connections. It goes way back. Way back, man. So I'll put me on to mute, and then we'll play the video, and then we'll look at a couple of more bits. We could go probably. Do you know what? I don't know. I genuinely do not know. We could be talking about 3 hours tonight. So, yeah, hang in there, right? Hang in there. We'll get there, wherever there is. So here we go.
Thank you. President Cordova, Neil, honored guests, all of you out there. What a great day this is for Purdue. What a great day it is for our nation to honor a colleague and a dear friend who has done so much for this country of ours. I can't tell you how proud I am to be here, Neil. It's as special a day for me as it is for you. But you know, the recognition that we give Neil, the honor, the tribute that we pay Neil, I believe goes further than Neil himself. It goes far beyond what he has accomplished. Because let me take you back very quickly in a couple minutes I have. Let me take you back over 4 decades, because we have a generation of young men and young women in this country of ours who weren't born when Neil made those first steps on the moon. And a good many of them are out there right now. And at best, you were in diapers or knee pants when we made those final steps of Apollo on the surface of the moon. So let me take you back over 4 decades. It was back in those terrible 60s. The country was torn by campus unrest, civil strife. and the beginning of what became a very, very unpopular war. And we had a bold president called John F. Kennedy. A bold president, whether he was a dreamer, a visionary, politically astute, I don't really know that we will ever know that. But he challenged American people to do something beyond our wildest dreams and unlimited imagination. He challenged us to do what I don't know about the rest of you guys and gals, but he challenged us to do what I thought at that point in time was indeed impossible. And that challenge was met by the American people. It cost them courage, self-sacrifice, dedication, commitment. But that vision, that dream of John F. Kennedy became a reality. And this day, and this building right here is a recognition of that dream and a recognition of those people who made not just all those steps we made on the moon even possible, but all the steps any of us ever made into space. The future dreams of those who follow us here at Purdue are certainly embodied in this building this morning. Now, I've been asked real quick, I got another minute or two, why so many astronauts from Purdue? What do they do down there? How come, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's because those of us who choose to come to Purdue come because we want to. I don't know that we're special, but I do know that when we leave here after the years we spend, we are indeed special. We're Boilermakers. We come with one of the finest educations we can find from any university in the country. And whether we knew it or not, and probably most of us never did realize it, but the first steps any of us took into space were taken right here on this campus. There's no question in my mind. Let me real quick. You know, aviation and space is a romance, or we wouldn't be here. None of us would be here. It's been a romance for over 100 years. And as I look back at the Wright brothers, we have an unbelievable legacy of technology. We've got airplanes that fly around the world. You got more technology in the palm of your hand than Neil had in his spacecraft to land on the surface of the moon. This building is a symbol of technology yet to come. But I think the real legacy of the Wright brothers goes beyond, again, the technology. It's the inspiration and the passion and the dreams that they provided into the hearts and the minds of all of us who at that time followed. And this building here and Neil's accomplishments have indeed endowed that legacy for the future. The dream is alive, Mike. We are going to go back to the moon. And we are going to go to Mars. And those young kids out here in 4th and 5th and 6th grades are going to be the ones who take us if we give them the same opportunity that someone gave us when we were their age. And someday, Neil, you're going to have company. There's going to be a young boy or a young girl who graduated from Purdue who can come back here and stand on this platform and tell you what it is like to look back home from Mars. And they're going to sit right alongside beside you. And that is a challenge. You know, real quick, there could have been a number of people who could have been the first on the moon, and Neil will be the first to admit that. But fate shined down upon us, and fate chose Neil Armstrong to be that man. Mike Griffin last night said it very eloquently, but I need to say it again. There is no one human being that I know and have met and have worked with in my entire life that could have handled and accepted the responsibilities, the honor, everything that went with being the first man to walk on another heavenly planet in the history of mankind with any more dignity than Neil Armstrong. Neil, I'm proud to be with you this morning, and I'm proud to be your friend.
Thank you, Captain Cernan. Now, the person for whom this engineering building has been named, the man who will always be known among Purdue students for his perseverance, dedication as a student, educator, citizen, and generous alum, and will forever be remembered worldwide as the first man to walk on the moon, Mr. Neil Armstrong.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here and sharing this day with me. I'd like to begin by giving some special thanks to my family and introduce them to you. My son Rick, down here. My son Mark, his wife Wendy, and their daughter Kaylee. And my wife, Carol. She's always willing and able to help, and I need a lot of help. On this spot, 60 years ago, I was a wide-eyed freshman going to Saturday morning class. The buildings that were here at that time were relatively new. Quonset huts, temporary quarters for classes and laboratories in a student body swollen with World War II veterans. All student housing was overflowing. Many of us lived on the other side of the Wabash until a room became available in West Lafayette or on the campus. But the veterans were remarkable. They knew why they were here. They knew what they wanted to achieve, and I learned much from them. During orientation week, incoming freshmen listened to the legendary Dean of Engineering, Andre Potter, who told us, you have to be able to do everything that a scientist could do, but you have to do it on a budget. We were introduced to formidable engineering curriculum, a very large number of...
Right. I think we might leave it at that. Yeah, even from that, quite a lot to take in. A lot of people would watch it and think nothing of that, to be honest. Maybe I just overthink things too much. Oh, he's looking into it too much. You're overthinking. Yeah, possibly. I think comment of the night so far is Carol, is Purdue an acting school? I think you might be right, Carol. I think you've hit the nail on the head there, to be honest. Not even a good acting school either, right? So we had Gene Cernan, or aka Gene Concerning, and then a bit from Feel Neil Armstrong. Quite funny. Cernan talking about, people say we're special. And it's like, right? Who said that? I never said that. Special? Yeah, they're special, all right. Yeah, that's one way to describe them, I guess. in CERN talking about. Remember, this got recorded in 2000 and bloody hell, what was it? 7? Yeah, 2007. So that's going back a bit now. And you had Gene Cernan saying, "We're going to go back to the moon." Wait, what? Now, should I tell him, or will you? Right? We're going to go back to the moon. Okay, yeah. What year is it now? 2024? And what, remember 2 years ago? Oh, we're going to go back to the moon 2024. 2024 comes. Oh, we're not going back yet. 2025, 2026. Of course, yeah. And remember way back in the early 2000s, George Bush came out. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, man. George Bush came out and he done a big speech about NASA and said, "Oh, we're going to go back to the moon and we're going to go to Mars as well." Right. Okay, sure. Hey, why not, right? And of course, if you believe that, you'll believe anything. Funny Armstrong there saying about his wife. She's always very willing. Wait, what? There's no such a thing, man. A wife that's always very willing. No, I'm not buying it. He does nothing but lie constantly, right? So, one of the most interesting takeaways from that, and some people might they might have heard it before, or they might know, but this particular university, Purdue, are we calling it Purdue? I'm going to call it Purdue, right? Purdue? I don't know. Purdue? We'll call it Purdue. People have said, why so many astronauts from Purdue? That's a bit strange. And Armstrong actually said there, he was talking about where he lived. He stayed in the Fraternities house in Purdue. And does anybody know the name of the fraternity? Is it fraternity you call it? I'm not even sure. But we're going to look anyway. So does anybody off the bat know how many astronauts have came from this university? Probably all of them, right? And it didn't end in Apollo in terms of the connection. It goes on and on and on. Constantly. Even today. I don't know if I can get someone mentioned about PayPal. It would be, I'll try and get a link at the end. Have I still got that actually? I'm not even sure if it's in my about section. I used to have it on my website, but that's not there anymore. So I don't know. I'd have to have a look. So if we get time at the end, I will have a look. But I mean, I've had people say that before, and then nothing. So I don't know, right? I'll try and find it if I can. Yeah. So why so many? Now I'll take you to. Let me see. Can I stop sharing? I think we're done with that particular video for the time being. What I'm going to do as well, because I can hardly read the comment on the screen. I can hardly see it. So I'm going to have to change that. Typical. How do you even do that again? Not there. At the top. See, StreamYard's changed a bit. How do you do it? Do you know what? I genuinely don't know how to change it. Is it in? No, it can't be in there. Professional, right? a true pro, a real pro at the game. I don't know. I can't seem to change it now. So I'm going to have to make do. It used to be there, but now it's gone. Preview, edit, logo, overlay. Fuck it. Hey, maybe you can see it, but for me, it's too small. It's too small, right? But hey, we'll make do. So if I can share now, let me see. Yeah, I'll try and get the link for you. But hey, there's no pressure in that regards, to be fair. But thank you very much, Ross. Share screen. Share Purdue astronauts, acternauts. Now, I think I did read there was 27. Interesting number. I did read at one point there was 27 astronauts that came from Purdue University. But I think there's a lot more. And it's the amount of kind of official people that have came out of this place is quite astonishing. Honestly, it's quite... Well, astonishing's probably not the right word. It's quite telling, in fact. It's very telling. And they always... I don't think we heard it in that interview, but if you go on to listen to the whole lot, they always say, oh, when Apollo started, we had 400,000 million, billion, trillion, a million, zillion people working on it. And it makes people think, wow, that's a lot of people, right? Working on it. And that leads to people then saying, oh, well, how can that many people tell a lie? And they think that somehow means that they could never have faked the moon landing. It was totally real. People watched it on TV. It was on the radio. How could so many people lie, right? But once you start to break it down, that many people never went to the moon. That many people never walked on the moon. That many people never entered the rocket. You get me? Yes, you had hundreds of people working in the background, but that is all they done. They got told what they needed to know, and that was it. It was one of them, you know if you need to know, otherwise you don't know. You don't get told, right? And even when you look at the spacesuit video that I shared, even the the ladies that were working on the spacesuit, they never got to see it put together. So they would one of them worked on a finger, the other one worked on the knee pads, the other one worked on the boots, and then they finished their job, their task, sent it away, and someone else done it. They never seen it. And it was quite funny in that video as well when... oh, fucking hell. When the lady who was making the spacesuit, she said, oh, before this, I used to make boxing gloves. So she went from making boxing gloves to sewing a spacesuit. And one of them was talking about how, oh, I was very worried watching it, thinking, oh, I hope the spacesuit holds. I hope it doesn't break. I hope I've not made a mistake or an accidental pinhole somewhere. And it's like, right, okay. I mean, hey, they're in a studio, so I'm sure they'll be fine, right? So I think now we can look at some of them. You've got, going way back, Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, Space Shuttle, the ISS, remember that? Commercial flight. So there's a kind of list as well. Look at CERN in there, he looks wrecked. He's like he's just been on on a night out. see what's happened here is Cernan's just he's got his photo taken straight after an MK Ultra session, and he's like still away with the fairies. I don't know, maybe it was the flashlight caught him off guard, right? He was quite a good actor, Gene Cernan. I think the best actor out them all was probably Jim Lovell from Gemini, and was it Apollo 8? I think Jim was in Apollo 8 with Frank Borman, who died only a couple of months ago. Frank Borman. I think he was the one who might have died in a plane crash, interestingly enough. And do you know, actually, was it Apollo 8? And I think Jim flew with Frank in Gemini. And do you know, they were in Gemini. This is, the story goes, right, that Jim and Frank Borman got sent on, it was either Gemini or Mercury, and they got sent on a mission that lasted for, I think it was like 16 days. And Jim Lovell always says, and he's still about today. He's like 104, I think, which is quite incredible. It blows me away that Buzz Aldrin is still about. Whether it's the same guy, that's another question. Probably not. But seemingly enough, I looked into this before. I just kept thinking, that can't be right, man. That cannot be right. So Jim Lovell said that Frank Borman never went to the toilet for, I'm sure it was like 12 days. 12 days straight. He didn't pass urine or from the other end. Not a thing. And then on the 12th day, he said, look, I need to go. I've got to go. And Jim makes a joke saying, look, you've only got a few more days, so you may as well hold it in, right? But from what I could gather, you cannot go that long without going to the toilet. I mean, I've never tried it myself, but I just cannot see it. I can't see anybody lasting longer than 5 days without going to the toilet. But they're talking into double figures, and it's like, nah, come on. Shoot, that cannot be true. That just cannot be true. I mean, if someone could maybe look it up, there's probably a world record for not going to the toilet. Maybe it is longer than that, but in my own view, I don't buy it. I do not buy it. So I think Jim Lovell is a character that we're going to look into a wee bit more. Quite astonishing that he's still about today. And of course, he was famous for Apollo 13. Houston, we've had a problem. The classic line. And then the big movie, the big Hollywood blockbuster. Yeah. Which Jim himself played a cameo. He played a role in it. Which is like, yeah, come on. You could hardly make it up. And it was, of course, Tim Honks, a.k.a. Tom Hanks, who played Jim Lovell. Oh, Joni's here as well. Good to see you, Joni. That's how many days he made in onset and didn't have to cut tape. I'm sure it was like 12 days, they said. It was something incredible like that. And it's like, come on, man. People buy that? How on earth, man? And Frank Borman, what an absolute creepy, lying rascal that he is. Honestly, in every interview I watch with Frank, he's always talking about, oh, look, I didn't care about the moon. I didn't care about science. I didn't care about the rocks on the moon and the whole. All I wanted was to beat the Russians. That was all he kept saying. And he gets a bit angry about it. He gets a bit angry, like you've hit a nerve, right? So there's Gene MK Ultra Cernan. why did I go on to the wrong one? There we go. Let me see. Purdue. Roger Shaffey. He's quite a famous one. Apollo 1. I wonder what happened there. Gus Grissom as well. Wee Gus. Yeah. Guy Gardiner. Guy Gardiner. Fucking hell. Oh, man. Yeah. Who's this guy? Dick Covey? Is it Dick Covey? Are we going with that? A bit like a I don't know, 80s kind of porn star looking dude. Got the name for it as well, right? So Gus Grissom. Of course, a lot of people reckon they killed Gus because, well, he was too outspoken about the programme. So they took him out. And I think, yeah, there's always got to be more than one reason to it. But you know when, I guess I'm trying to think of an example similar. It's tough, but do you know, like if a singer or a celebrity passes away, whatever they were involved with or their music, once they're dead, it's like people are, oh yeah, we want it now. They didn't want it when he was alive, but they want it when he's dead. It has this sort of effect on people's minds. So in Apollo 1, 3 people die, and then the public begin to think, oh no. And this whole sort of thought comes about that, look, we need to make sure we do it right, and we must complete the mission now in memory of the 3 astronauts who died on the ground. So it had a big part to play, these people getting killed. And any time a Gene Cernan or Jim Lovell or Buzz Aldrin, even Armstrong, anytime they talk about Apollo 1, they always say when the astronauts got killed, when they got killed. Every time. They never say, oh, when they died in an accident. It's when they got killed. And people might not think much of that, but to me it's quite telling. Who else have we got? I mean, the list goes on and on. Charles Walker. Look at this guy. Oh, fucking hell. He looks like a turtle. A teenage mutant turtle. Look at the state of that. Oh, man. Is this a woman or a man? Janice Voss. So a woman, I think. Is it a woman though? Strange. And I hate, look, hey, don't get me wrong. I'm the strangest looking dude. So I know strange when I see it. But yeah, I don't know. I've looked at the CEOs of NASA and SpaceX in the past, and some of them are fucking strange looking, man. Very strange. Yeah, I kind of want to do a video on that. God granted, in the future we will look at it. But yeah, maybe it was just a bad day for Janice. Page 3. Who else have we got? Mary Ellen Weber. Why does her name ring a bell? What was she in? STS 7A101. I don't know. I feel like I've seen her in a movie. She's been an extra in a film that I've seen. David Wolf, Donald Williams, and that's it. So how many was that? 1, 2, 3. 6, 9, 12, 15, page 1. Seventeen, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Including 3 of the most prominent from Apollo, the Apollo program. Gene MK Ultra concerning, Phil Neil Armstrong, and of course Gus Hung a Lemon Grissom, who got murdered by the looks of it. But I'd even kind of question that, to be honest. I genuinely would. Yeah, I mean, you never see anybody. You get to see and I've looked into it because it's one of these situations. It's very, very grim. Looking into the murder of 3 people, it's like, oh, fucking hell, do I have to? Do I really want to be looking into this sort of gruesome event? But I have looked into it and I've listened back to all the audio. I wouldn't advise it, to be honest. But it's a bit, yeah, I don't know. There was never any bodies seen in anything that I could see. You got to see the spacesuit, but there was nobody in it. And I kind of thought, well, how could you take a spacesuit off of a body that's been on fire? It would be like melted into it. But they've got an image of 3 spacesuits laid out from, I think, is it Chaffee, Grissom, and Ed White. And Ed White, I'm unsure about Chaffee and Grissom, but he had a twin. Did the other 2 have twins? Maybe they did. Seems to be a kind of common theme with a lot of so-called astronauts that, they've got a twin. And that's the funniest story from that, Apollo 1, in regards to the twin situation. Who was it again? One of the astronauts went to the Ed White's funeral, and he said he was sitting there. He was sitting there at Ed White's funeral. You'll see why I'm laughing in a minute. And then he turned round and he thought, fucking hell, there's Ed White walking down the aisle, the corridor. And he's like, what the heck? The double of Ed White, who's in the coffin. And then he went on to find out that Ed White actually had a twin, but nobody knew about it then. It was like, well, I guess, how would they unless they did know, but it was like it was hidden until the funeral, and then Ed White's twin brother appeared, and people were a bit like, the heck? Thought he was dead. So, yeah, it's a strange one. And when you look at the suits, to me, it doesn't look like the suits have been taken from bodies. It looks like they've just been put in a fire, then taken out. Now, don't get me wrong. By all means, they could have killed these guys. But they also might not have. But again, the effect of it pushed the program forward to such a degree where astronauts like Armstrong and Lovell, most of them actually went on to say if they never died in Apollo 1, they wouldn't have made it to the moon. So it like propelled them forward, if you like. And basically they said if it never happened, they would never have made it. And I find that interesting. So that is one we're going to look at again in the future, because I can't, at this current time, I cannot rule out that the three of them never died. For the time being, we'll say that they did. But I think the more we look into it, the more it's gonna throw out and be like, maybe they didn't actually. So if you're ever walking down a street and you see a guy that looks like Gus Grissom, pull him over and grill him, right? Ask him a few questions because maybe they're still about. And of course, the Challenger disaster is another one where people have said, well, wait a minute, did they actually die though? So if we've seen it with the Challenger, could it be the case that it was the same in Apollo 1, where they claimed 3 people died, but did they die though? Do you know what I mean? Probably not, right? Get him off! He's talking nonsense again. So I've got a bit of a hunch there. I don't know if anybody else in the past has looked into it. I mean, a lot of people would dismiss it straight away because they say, well, look, Gus Grissom, he was outspoken, he hung a lemon on the rocket, he took press into the grounds without permission, probably reason enough to be killed, yeah. And then there's also his wife, who, as far as we're aware, never seen Gus again. And I think Bart Sabrell, when I spoke to Bart, he actually interviewed the wife of, the widow of Gus Grissom. And she said, look, I think his widow and his son, and they both said he never died in an accident. He was murdered. They killed him deliberately. So I'm unsure. I'm kind of... Yeah, it's one that I need to look into a bit more, and I would not be surprised if we begin to learn that they never died, actually. Yeah, they do say that about the Challenger, which is quite interesting. I mean, what they say is, I think you're referring to the Challenger, but if not, they do say, they didn't die on impact. No, not on impact. They never died on the explosion. In the sort of capsule they were in, made it into the water, but they died on impact from the water. That's seemingly the case. So seemingly they never died in the explosion, but the impact of hitting the water, which would be, I think, if you hit the water at a certain speed from a certain height, it's like hitting concrete. So, but in my own view, they were never in the rocket to begin with. But I could be wrong. And I've been wrong before. So I'm told, right? My wife said I've been wrong. Oh, did we get a super chat? Thank you very much. Anarchist, did it? Anarchist? We'll go with that. Thank you very much. We had the super sticker, which I don't think I can see what it is. It just says super sticker. So thank you for the sticker, right? Much appreciated. Have you ever... Yeah, hey, I've been there. And I remember my brother... I remember being in there was a gigantic swimming pool in Dundee called Olympia. And I had 3 big diving boards. A small one, a medium one, and one... It never even had a board. It was just a platform that you jumped off. And I remember my brother Brian, the middle one, he done a belly flop. And when he came out, his whole body was bright red, man. And he was like, in proper pain. Because it was so high. It was like, yeah, I mean, you only know if you can experience it, but... So I what they say, I can kind of see that happening if they were indeed on the rocket. But in my own view, I don't think they were, to be honest. I'd be very surprised, but there you go. So we'll go from Purdue. The list. What I'll do actually quickly is I'll put it in the chat, and if anybody wants to check that out, you can have a look. Is that it? There we go. So that's that one. Yeah, that's indeed be like hitting concrete for sure. Don't try it, right? Don't put it to the test. So I'll take you. I want to take you to. Let me see. Stop screen. I'll take you to the fraternity. And I want to show you first and foremost, what would that be? And I think it was the AI. So it was like facts about the fraternity, which is called, is it Phi, Delta, Theta? Does anybody know what that means? Don't ask me. Maybe you can let us know. Would it be Greek? Of course it would be Greek. So Delta Theta became the first fraternity to institute an alcohol-free housing policy in 1997. A significant move within the Greek community at the time. What? This policy was implemented to promote a safer, more academically focused environment in fraternity housing. Right. Founded during a snowstorm. The fraternity was founded on December 26, 1848. Sansom might have been about then. Maybe Ulick, he might remember it. John, he'd have been in his teens at least in 1848. Our good brother John Davidson. During a snowstorm at Miami University in Oxford, Ohio, when the 6 founders met in a dorm room. A doom room, I nearly said. That might be more fitting. I'll meet you in the doom room, right? Influence on fraternity naming traditions. Wow. So it helped popularize the practice of naming fraternity chapters by using Greek letters. Based on the state and the order of their establishment in that state, many other fraternities adopted the system afterward. I bet they did. Right? What's happened here? We seem to be... I don't know what's happened. Something happened. The screen froze. The screen froze. I think we're all right. I think we could be okay. Why is it not working? Oh, there we go. It's working now. Story of my life, right? So, yeah, in the dorm room, the naming traditions, it basically started the whole fraternity naming system. A significant role in the creation of the NIC. So it was one of the founding members of the North American Interfraternity Conference. Oh, fuck it up. Oh, man. Like this one world Fraternity Council. How fitting, right? Very fitting indeed. Which serves as a cooperative association of the men's fraternities in the US and Canada. Yikes. That's an interesting one. The founding members were nearly expelled from Miami University because secret societies were not well received by the administration. Yeah, it's a pity they never stuck to that, to be honest. And students involved were at risk of disciplinary action. Right. I think that's why I'm sure it's connected to the snowstorm. I think what they done is they blocked the doors in a protest with snow because the university was against the whole secret society fraternity. But the people got their way. And I guess here we are today, right? 2 US presidents were members. Shock horror. Stevenson and Harrison. Yeah. The badge was designed in a single night. The fraternity's iconic badge, featuring a shield and a sword, was created by founder Robert Morrison in one night, symbolising the fraternity's commitment to moral rectitude and friendship. Friendship? Only for the brotherhood though, right? Connection to sport legends, shock horror, baseball, New York Yankees players, NFL players. There you go there. The Great Snowball Rebellion preceded its founding. So months before its founding, the university was shaken by a Great Snowball Rebellion. Man. The Snowball Rebellion of 1848. Remember it well. So where students protested the university's harsh stance against secret societies by piling snow and furniture against buildings. The expulsion of many students after this event paved the way for the creation of Phi Delta Theta. And I can't help but think there's nothing new under the sun. And only recently, remember, we had the whole universities in Palestine situation. And they use the students to promote or push their agenda. I mean, how long have they been doing that for? By the looks of it, at least from at least 1848, they've been doing that. I mean, what do these students know about the world? You could say, well, you're a student, but I'm a mature student. Shock horror. I'm a mature student, right? I'm pretty much middle-aged in Scottish terms. So I'll be 38 next year. But when I was like late teens, early 20s, I thought I knew the world. I thought I knew my stuff. I thought it wasn't stupid. I thought, yeah, fuck, I know what I'm doing, blah, blah, blah. But I didn't. I did not have a clue, basically, looking back. So stupid, man. And arrogant. Ignorant. Well, maybe not ignorant, but proper bigging myself up now, right? Hey, at least I'm honest. It was, though. I mean, I'm still learning. Obviously, we all still learn. But when you're a young guy, you just do not know. what life is about. You don't have the first Scooby-Doo of what's going on. But you think that you do. And you don't only think that you do, but you have this passion and energy in pushing it forward. And then as you grow up, you think, fucking, what an idiot. What an idiot I was, man. Just me, is it? Okay, just me. But you might get what I'm saying, right? They don't. And I mean, the whole Palestine situation with the universities, I mean, come on. That never stemmed organically. No way, man. It was being pushed and promoted. It had Soros and Rockefellers all over it. And I done a video on that looking at the funding for certain groups who promote, I don't know what they call a ceasefire at Palestine. And they were backed by the usual suspects. And it's like, well, what more would you need? Remember they were bussing them in and I mean, I don't know if it's still going on. Maybe it's died down. I'm unsure. It doesn't seem to be talked about anymore. They've moved on to the next scam, I guess. Why is it fucking done that again? We're having issues here. I don't know why it's being an absolute bell end. Let me see. Yep, it's not working. I don't know why. Oh, there we go. It's working now. So it's got one of the largest collections of Greek fraternity artifacts. Of course it has. Of course. So its headquarters in Oxford, Ohio, contains one of the most extensive collections of fraternity-related artifacts, including letters from founders and other historical documents. I wonder what they are. I wonder what they could be. Yeah, I guess you'd only know if you joined. If you joined them, and of course we're not quite that stupid. Yeah, I think a lot of these places, the fraternity headquarters, I think one that gets talked about quite a lot is the Skull and Bones because of the Bush family. But I think Purdue in this Delta, it's been overlooked. The focus has been on Skull and Bones, whereas this one, it's been not many people look at it. And if you notice they talked about the coat of arms, the logo, if you like. If you look, it's got the shield and the sword, but it's got 3 stars down one side and another 3 down the other. A bit of a giveaway, right? The 30 free right in front of your face. But of course, the average Joe wouldn't even put, oh, it's got stars on it. Yeah, but why? Why is there 3 on each side? What does it represent? Answers on a postcard, right? So I think it's been overlooked. So tonight we basically start what will hopefully be a series of streams looking at Purdue, Armstrong, and also fraternities as a whole. Because, I mean, there was Neil, right? And it's well documented that Neil was a big part of this fraternity. But it wasn't just when he was at Purdue. It was his whole life. His whole life, he was connected to it in some kind of way. And I think if we go to, let me present screen share. Is that the one? Yeah. So Armstrong pledged Phi Delta Theta and lived in the fraternity house. He fucking lived there. Probably built it, man. So he lived in the house along with other famous members such as Burt Reynolds, Frank Lloyd Wright, Lou Gehrig. Does anybody know who they are? Some people might not. You can put it in the chat. While at Purdue, Armstrong wrote and co-directed musicals for the all-student review. Fucking hell. It's all coming out now, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So he was big in directing and writing musicals and maybe movies. A bit like, I don't know, Apollo 11. Oh, yeah, right enough. That wasn't a movie. That was a genuine thing, right? Sure. And then throughout his whole life, he was connected to this entity in Purdue. Similar to CERN as well. So I'll show you quickly as well. Right, stop screen, present, share. There is a Wikipedia. I mean, when you look at Wikipedia, maybe, I doubt it's just me, but anytime I look at it, it's like, right, you take it with a pinch of salt. It's Wikipedia. You're not allowed to use it at college. Well, you can to a degree, but any assessment that I've done, when you're putting a reference or a source, which has to be done in what they call Harvard University structure. So there's a certain way you've got to reference your information. You can't just put a link and say source. It's got to be laid out, and it's bloody annoying, man. It's like, honestly. But you can, but you would not get such a high grade if you use Wikipedia. Britannica is a wee bit better. But you still want to be using a proper source. But what I've found in the past is Wikipedia can be a good place to start. So you can go, say, I don't know, let's take fraternities as an example. If you want to look into them, go on to Wikipedia and see where they've got their information from. So you go down to the sources, and that'll take you on a journey from there. That's what I tend to do. And it's helped me out so far. It depends how stuck you are for information. I mean, a lot of the stuff I get it from books that I've got, but they're a nightmare to reference as well, because you can't. It's hard to. It can be tough to link in a book. Whereas if you get it from a website, it's easy enough to do. So we've got the Delta Wikipedia here. There's the crest. Independent is an independent entity. Type secret and social. Secret and independent. Yeah. Slogan: one man is no man. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, Jesus. I don't even know what to make of that. One man is no man. Wait, what? How dare you? One man is no man. I wonder if that's where Armstrong got his one small step for a man phrase, which is another interesting thing because, and I've talked about this before. So the story goes that, and Neil Armstrong got asked constantly when he came back from the studio, he was continually asked, how did you think of what you said when you first stepped on the moon? When did you think of it? Did you write it down? Did NASA tell you what to say? And each and every single time, without fail, Armstrong said, it came to me when we landed on the moon. Right? And he stood by that constantly. Throughout his whole life. And he must have got asked it about, I don't know, 1,000,000 times. So he said, no, NASA never told me what to say. I didn't think of it weeks before. It wasn't a day before. I thought of it when we landed on the moon. Right. Okay. Fast forward to after Armstrong passed away, and his brother it was like a documentary. I think it was the History Channel, possibly. What's my dog doing? What are you doing? What you got? Oh, he's got the ball. Oh, man. Twisted my back, turning round. Injury at work claim. Oh, Jesus. So he's got the other dog's ball. He stole it. He's away out. And yeah, so Armstrong's brother, he's doing an interview, and it's like, wait a minute, what? So he gets asked about, oh, your brother went on the moon and said, that's one small step for a man and one giant leap for mankind. So seemingly that's what he said. But if you listen to it, it says that's one small step for man. Seemingly, I mean, there's even confusion with that straight off the bat. So Neil said, look, I said one small step for a man, not one small step for man. So straight off the bat, it's like, well, what one is it? It didn't sound like an audio break or anything like that. It just sounded the way it sounded. So his brother then said, look, this is what happened. About a week before Neil went on the Apollo 11 mission, him and his brother were at home and they were playing a game called, what was it? They were playing some kind of board game. And Neil Armstrong said, look, he goes into his pocket and he takes out a wee bit of paper and gives it to his brother. And he says, I want you to have a look at that and tell me what you think. And his brother opens it up and it says, one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind. And he's like, well, what is this? And Neil said, that's what I'm going to say when I land on the moon. What do you think? And he said, yeah, I think it's great. I think it's a great thing to say. A week before. Now, both of them can't be right. One of them has to be wrong. So either Neil lied the whole fucking time, his whole life, basically, or his brother is telling porky pies about it. And for me, when you watch this interview, his brother, I mean, I'm trying to judge it on the body language, the kind of statement analysis approach. I think his brother's telling the truth. I think his brother's being genuine about it. They were playing a game. Neil handed him the note. It said that. He was like, yeah, fuck, that's a good thing to say. Where did you get that? A Christmas cracker. But then, of course, Neil said continually his whole life that he only thought about it when he walked on the moon. Now, why would you even lie about that, though? Why would Neil, what would have been wrong with Neil saying, look, I thought about it a couple of weeks before, and then when I got there, I thought, right, I'm going to say it. Why would you lie about that? It's such a stupid, senseless thing to lie about that, in my view, if you lie about that, you would fucking lie about anything. Anything whatsoever. In the interview that his brother done, he looks like he's telling the truth. I kind of believe his brother more than I believe Neil. But also, when you think about Neil had passed away and his brother was telling this, is he going to lie about his dead brother? I mean, I can't see that. Hey, maybe he would, right? I'm unsure, but in my own view, it's like, I think Neil was the one that was... They can't both be right. One of them has to be telling a lie. And my money would be on Neil Armstrong, rather than his brother telling a lie. And I was quite shocked his brother even came out and said that. Because Neil stuck to his guns the whole... all over the decades that followed. Never once went back on it. And I think Neil was an expert at lying to a degree. But he was an expert at lying with his words, but not with his body. It's next to impossible to lie with your body. It doesn't understand. You can lie with words, but you can't lie with your body. And I think Neil, yeah, I mean, he was a liar, don't get me wrong, but I also, the more you look into Neil, there was something wasn't right about that guy. And that's coming from me. That's coming from me of all people. It just, I mean, how could I describe Neil Armstrong? A psychotic, emotionless liar. That's basically how I would describe. And I think the guy was a psycho. He was a psychopath. He had no empathy, and you could see that in him. Anytime he showed emotion in terms of worrying, it was more about himself or his own career. And I reckon if he lied about the whole one small step for man, he was likely lying about the whole lot. And he grew to get very good at lying over time. And you can see that. Over time, he got a lot better at it. So one man is no man. I mean, what the heck? One man is no man. And I think on Neil as well, and I've said this in the past, I'm almost adamant they had stuff on Neil, Buzz, and maybe Collins. Neil and Buzz in particular. They had stuff on them. Because the stuff they put them through was, I mean, it was quite incredible, to be honest. They were used and abused like a dancing monkey, paraded about. And it was like, and you could tell from interviews, it was a bit like they never had a choice. They had to do it. So I don't know what they had on them. I mean, you could say, well, Neil and Buzz might have known, look, if you don't play ball here, we'll take you out. Not only will we take you out, but we'll take your family out. So you could say that could be enough to keep someone in check, but I think there was more to it. And I kind of dread to even imagine what kind of dirt they might have had on these people. Because, put it this way, it would not be good. So maybe they were threatened with several stuff. Like, look, we'll expose you. Look, we'll kill you. We'll do both. Maybe we'll expose you, then we'll kill you. I wouldn't rule that out. So I'm going to put this into the chat. I mean, you can find it easily enough, right? Is that, I never noticed they had a website before. Would that take me to... Is it still going to share? We're still sharing. Let me see. What did that say? Scroll for greatness. Fucking hell. Scroll for greatness. I mean, yeah, look at the wee video. Oh, check the two. Was it acorn cones? Yeah. The Greek. There you go. That's the headquarters. That's probably where Armstrong stayed. Yeah, I dread to imagine what went on at this place, man. Do you know, like, what do they call it in America? Hazing? Initiations and moving up degrees in these kind of entities. It's like, it would put a shiver down your spine. Oh, Jesus, you would not want to know, man. But you can imagine to a degree, because we have heard a wee bit about it. And from what I can see, and hey, don't get me wrong, I'm not an expert, far from it. But from what I've read in the past, do you know when they have these ceremonies and initiations, it's never recorded, it's never written down, it's never videoed. It's like a written rule that it's only remembered through memory, right throughout the ages. It's not written down anywhere. It's only passed on through memory. It's never recorded. And you know, remember when there was a video that came out and it said, oh, it was from CERN, and it was a ceremony? I think that was fake, because they don't record it. And it looked a bit like it would have been someone connected to it that recorded it. But hey, maybe someone sneaked and recorded it and it got out. But from what I can read and what I can see, the only way it's passed on is through memory. It is not even written down anywhere. And when you think about it, it's a good way to keep something from being revealed to the masses. It's a good way to keep it hidden. It's not going to be in a book. It's not going to be in a video. You can't send a link to it. It's only passed on through memory. Excuse me. And even then, people might not believe it. Because in this day and age, oh, well, where's the evidence? Right? Where's the evidence? Where's the video? Send me a link, right? So they've got certain ways they work these things. And I reckon this particular fraternity, like I said, I think it's been overlooked. I mean, up until a week ago, I'd never even heard of it. Maybe people here have heard of it in the past. I think the one that's, like I said, the one that's most talked about is probably the Skull and Bones. But this could be one that we've missed it to a degree. But we've got our eyes on it now. Maybe not a good idea, right? But we're definitely going to be looking at it again. So I want to take you from Neil to Michael Collins. What time are we on now? Let's see. Yikes. 2.5 hours already. God's sake. Who am I going to blame for that? Carl, you're getting the blame. Justine, I'm going to have to blame both of you. We'll share the blame, right? Yeah, good to see everyone. Still going. We're still going. Dangleberries has joined. Fantastic. The Woodlander as well. Good to see you, Simon. I hope you're doing well. Al Mark in the hood, who's a 33rd degree. Is that a burn that you got? Yeah. Do you know, I used one of your songs in the harp video that I done. I don't know if you know, but I used it in a harp documentary video. I played it at the end. So you can send me the check, right? I'll give you my address after this show, and you can send me the check. I did say I would use it, so I did use it, and I linked in the YouTube video, so it's in the description, and people can check it out. So hey, whenever you've got the money, just send it over. Send it over, right? Or I'll be sending in the big guys. Of course, I'm only joking. Good to see Al Mark in the hood. A great musician. There's a song I really enjoy. It's the Oswald one, and it's like talking about being a patsy. Honestly, I think that's a great song. I have to be honest. I downloaded it, which is probably illegal. So I listen to it illegally now, but it's a great song. I really like it. I was going to sing it a bit, but I better not. We're scaring away enough people as it is. You're going to take the blame, Justine. A proper trooper, a real star. Dawn's here as well. Good to see you, Dawn. I'm here busy in the spring garden. Fantastic. Sounds great. Kind of wish I was there with you. But I'm here in a freezing cold Scotland. Shock horror. I like nothing more contagious than fear. Yeah, that is true. And I think we seen that in 2020, 2021, when in particular, when they put the juice out. And remember, they were talking, there's a new variant. And remember they always said, it's mutated. It's mutated. And I remember at the time they were talking about, look, it mutates, but sometimes it can mutate to a lesser version, but it can also mutate to make it worse. And every time they were saying, it's worse now. It's worse. And remember they came out and said, there's a new scariant. It's the Indian scariant. And of course, people thought, hell, not only is it a new variant, but it's Indian. So the sheep all ran to the abattoir, just running down the road, quick as they could. Like their life depended on it. Quick, rolling up their sleeve, man. I mean, we laugh about it, but Jesus, how on earth did we end up in that situation, right? I'm unsure. So I want to take you to We'll jump away from Neil for the time being. Let me just get rid of that. And we'll go to a book. And it is called Bloodlines of the Illuminati, I think. Yeah, there we go. And it's by Fritz Springmeier. Meir? I don't know. It's not a typical Scottish name, that. Is Fritz, would that be a German name? I'd imagine. Springmeier? It doesn't sound, I guess it does sound German, actually, Springmeier. I'm going to go with German. So, let me just get that out the road. Yeah, I think German, right? Now, I've mentioned this book in the past, quite a few times actually. And it's weird because I got it from the CIA website, which is like, what the heck? So I came across it one time and I thought, right, I'll go and see if I can find it on archive or like a free download. And the first one that came up was CIA government website with a link to the book to download. And it's like, what the heck? Why? Why have they done that? I don't know. I genuinely do not know. But I reckon I could. Can I put the link into that? Would that work? Because I tried that before and it never worked. It was a link to my own document, which no one could access. But I reckon if I do that... Oh, what did I do there? I just deleted somebody's message. I deleted my own message. Fucking hell. Oh, man. How do I change that? Can I... Oh, there we go. Did I undelete it? I don't even know now. Oh, man. I'm going to be putting myself in a timeout. Oh, fucking hell. I think it's gone. I'll have to put it in again. At least it was my own comment rather than somebody else's. Whoops. You'd think I would know what I was doing, right? Well, actually, you probably wouldn't. Did I delete another one as well? Did I delete someone else's message? I don't even know anymore. I don't even know. Look, it's late. I'm just back from holiday. Give me a chance, right? So I think, is that it there? But can it be accessed? Is what we want to know. Download. Sounds a bit risky, that. Download. Did it download? Let's double check to be... Yeah, it's there. So that is, you can download it from there. And I've mentioned it before a couple of times. It's quite interesting. Talks about different Illuminati bloodline families, Bundys, Rockefellers, Rothschild. And this tonight in particular, what they call the Collins family. And I think it would be good actually to do a stream on this book and kind of doing it part by part, well, family by family, and looking at... I mean, I don't agree with everything that's said in it, but it is quite a good, well-researched book, to be fair to the guy. But there is a couple of things that I think, well, I kind of disagree, to be fair. And I'll tell you what one of them is just now. So, did that work? I think we're all good. Hey, one of these days I'm going to get it right. Tonight we're live on YouTube and X as well. right? So, and do you know, last night I had this weird thought as well when I was watching the X Files, and I thought, you know, I mean, they've called Twitter X now, and in the back of my mind, I kept thinking Twitter's the new X Files. Because anytime I go onto Twitter on the timeline news feed, would you call it a news feed? Do you know, like your homepage? Every other video is like, fucking hell, man. What the heck? And these days, I can only go on Twitter for so long, and it's like, nah, I can't bear it anymore. I can't watch it anymore. Some of the stuff you see on it is horrific, man. And I kept thinking it. No wonder it's called X, because it's like the X Files, man. It's like fucking hell. What the? You just do not know what you're going to get. Maybe it's just because I follow so many crazy people. Everything that I see is mental. But someone did say, yeah, mine's is the same. Anytime I go on, my whole news feed is just full of crazy shit. And it's like, bloody hell. So that crossed my mind the other night. X is a full on rage boner. Al Mark. Yeah, that's an interesting way to describe it. Probably not how I would describe it, but hey, each to their own. Each to their own, Al. I won't hold it against you. Sue in the hood. Sue and Paul, I hope you're doing well. Our Irish friends from across the water. Fantastic. Oh, there's Ulick as well. Good to see you. Ulick in the hood. I did mention you earlier on, but I won't tell you what I said. You'll have to watch it back, right? Anybody else that I missed quickly while I'm here? I think we're all good. And we're still going. And we're on X and we're on YouTube. And I realised last time I can check. So we've got 14 people on X. Good evening to the 14 bots on X. And we've got 38 people on YouTube. So, yeah. When I said before, I said, oh, remember when I done a Where's Kate stream and we had like 500 people on X and someone said, oh yeah, but it's all bots on X. So, hey, if it's bots, right? They were still watching, I guess. Okay, so, and I mean, I've been called a bot in the past. So I don't know, but I do understand what people are referring to. I think the bots are more, they'll follow you. I don't think a bot would actually be watching a stream. I mean, the figures could be manipulated. I don't know. It could have been more than that. It could have been less. Who knows? But that was kind of the record that we had over on X. I think it got to like 580 maybe, which was quite insane. So we've got a few on there tonight. And I mean, X, as much as it's like a mental institution, it could be the only show in town for That's Life But Not As We Know It. The way it's going at the moment, I don't know what YouTube are doing, but it's like they've went back through all the videos with a nit comb, and are like, nope, that's not getting out. That's not getting out. So, hey, whatever it'll be, and we'll cross that bridge when we get there, right? So, going back to Collins. Now, the focus is on Michael Collins. And in my own personal view, it is very, very, very likely that Michael Collins was indeed part of the Collins bloodline. In particular, the Illuminati family. Now, in this book, of course, it talks about, I think, Joan Collins. And I mean, some of the stuff I've seen on her in terms of the satanic stuff. I don't think I could even show it here. We would definitely be getting a strike then. It was gruesome, man. It's so grim. So grim. And a lot of the time, it's that grim and gruesome. A lot of people, they're like, nah, I can't look into that. Do you know, a bit like 9/11? A lot of I can't watch it. I can't look at that. I can't watch it. A million billion people die. I just can't. I wonder if the whole COVID scenario will be like that in the future. Oh no, I can't talk about it. I'm not going there. So it can be a bit like that. And part of me, I do get that, to be fair. I do kind of understand. You've got to have the nose for it. The boxer's nose. Like I've got. You've got to have the skin. Thick skin. It can be grim. But I would add to that is life, basically. And it's not all roses. Life can be fucking grim, man. Guarantee. That is a guarantee. There's a lot of good things in the world, but there's a lot of bad shit as well. Too much, actually. And someone did say to me before, there can't be any good without bad. And I do kind of understand that. But what what are you meant to do? Just accept the fact that there's bad things in life, and kind of, in a sense, allow it. I don't think that would be a good idea. I think you've got to try your best in being the best that you can, in exposing stuff that is not good for people like us, humanity as a whole. And I mean, nobody's perfect. Nobody, man. But you've got to try. You've got to try. So it talks. I mean, I would say it's a great book. Maybe too much. I think a great book could be too much, but there is a lot of good information. It does mention here that the Collins family had more occult power, so more power in the occult than the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers, which is quite interesting. And I've mentioned before, a lot of the people at the very, very top, you do not see them. You will not see them. They will never be spoken of. They do not get their hands dirty. They've got puppets like Bill Gates to do that. They would never show their face, basically. So when people talk about Bill Gates, Bill Gates has got power to a degree, but he's not at the top. He's not the one pulling the strings. No way, man. There's a lot bigger than him, unfortunately. Unfortunately for us, right? So that's an interesting one, which is kind of debatable as well, to be fair. But I want to take you to... I mean, there's so much in it. Let me see if I can find it. Where? I'm not going to find it now, right? I'm not going to find it now. I'm pretty sure it's down here. So the Collins family hasn't received much attention. Who do you think of when you think of the Collins? Joan Collins? Well, for me, it's Michael Collins, to be honest. She was a beautiful Jewish Hollywood actress from England. And when she got married, she still kept the name Collins as well. Which is not uncommon, to be fair. I do know people who they've kept their name. But it's definitely interesting. Joan was the witch in Hansel and Gretel. I mean, what a part to play, right? Scaring the life out of children for eternity. Yeah. So, was she beautiful? Debatable, that, I guess. She was the woman in the film The Devil Within Her. So there's a theme to the work that she's done. She rubbed shoulders with Henry Kissinger. Shock horror. And of course she would be Jewish, right? See, Joan was married several times, but obviously preferred her maiden name. And another famous Collins is Michael Collins, who was one of the 3 astronauts on Apollo 11, the first officially announced visit by man to the moon. Sure. For those who have read, be wise as serpents. Be wise as serpents. You are aware that the first flag on the moon was the Scottish Rites flag. And that's one we've certainly talked about before. I mean, they never went to the moon, but it was they even made it obvious that the Masonic occult was a big part of the Apollo program. And I think they never left the flag. Well, of course, they never left it on the moon. But even going by the official narrative, they took it to the moon. And now they took it back and it's in the museum, Apollo Museum. And you can go and visit. You can literally go and visit and you can see this Scottish Rite flag in all its glory. And I mean, if that is not telling enough, what more would you need, man? What more would you need? There are a number of very strange things about the flight. Fucking shock horror. And about what NASA has been doing. Buzz Aldrin. I think they mean Buzz. But yeah, Bun, why not? Bun Aldrin is a Freemason. That's no secret. Neil Armstrong has gone into seclusion, shunning any publicity, which he did do, but not throughout history. He did do it to a degree, but then he sort of came out his shell, probably with the help of MK Ultra. So he, shunning any publicity, as Michael Collins puts it, Neil has, quote, dropped out and doesn't sell the NASA program, close quote. And that was from the book by Michael Collins, Carrying the Fire. Carrying the Fire. Page 461. The title of his book is based on Greek mythology. Well, ain't that a surprise? The god Apollo carried fire, which is what Michael felt described Apollo 11. See how it all ties in? Now, he does go on to say, but the question did naturally come to my mind. Could Michael Collins be related to the Illuminati Collins family? Question mark. Michael Collins writes about himself, quote, Fortunately, I have been a poor student all my life. Right. And my parents, concealing their disappointment, seldom pushed me. Again, from Carrying the Fire, the book by Michael Collins. It certainly seems like such a student would need some pull to get into West Point. The big West Point go-to for all the superpowers of the world. West Point. So what he's saying here is, look, Collins said he was a shit student, basically, who wasn't very bright, and was disappointed. His parents were disappointed in him, but he still got into West Point. Michael Collins also sits on the board of directors of the Illuminati's Rand Corporation. I guess they just give that to anyone, right? Which works with the Tavistock Institute. He is not even a nominal Christian, as far as I can tell. He states dryly that no, he did not find God when he went to the moon. I did watch. He does tell you what is the word again? Partisan. What's the word for it? I've mentioned it before. If you go to, there's a video. The first kind of 12 astronauts, or the second bunch, they interview them all, and they all get asked, "What religion are you?" And Collins does say, and as far as I can remember, it's like a Christian, but he doesn't say Christian. He calls it something else. It's failing me for the time being, but I'll try and get to it. So he states he did not find God when he went to the moon. Shock horror. It looked like the clues were leading in the direction that he might be part of the elite. When I came across one sentence that changed my mind. One sentence changed his mind. So dismiss the whole Rand Corporation, Tavistock connection, the Greek connection, the book, the all the strangeness, but one sentence put all that to bed. And he says, Michael Collins wrote, I feel just as thankful today that I live in the United States of America as I did before flying in space, and I have no desire to leave this country to merge. I have no desire for this country to merge into a United States of the world. What an interesting thing to say. I have no desire for this country to merge into a United States of the world. Well, who mentioned a United States of the world? Where does he get that idea from? He clearly knows what he's talking about here. Whether he's telling the truth or not, that's another story. Page 470 of his book. By the way, here we are here. Michael Collins wrote his own book in contrast with so many of the Christian authors like Pat Robertson's New World Order, and some of Billy Graham's books, which are written by others with the big names tacked on to sell it. If anyone could promote internationalism or a one world government without any suspicion, it would be Michael Collins. Right. For few men share his experience of seeing the tiny Earth. Now, how big is the Earth in comparison to the moon? Is it tiny? How could you call the Earth tiny? And this is, it's like a common thing they do. The Apollo astronauts, oh, it was so small, it was tiny, you could hide it behind your pinky. It's like bullshit. It is gigantic, man. Gigantic. It is not tiny. And tiny would not enter your mind if you flew out of this earth and was somehow able to look at it from afar. It would not be tiny. It wouldn't, man. But you see, it's all part of putting this thought into people's minds where it's so tiny and fragile and it needs to be protected. That was what they drove home with that. Oh, it's so tiny. We didn't realize it was so tiny and fragile. Right. So, of seeing the tiny earth in the vastness of the hostile universe. So hostile they flew to the moon and back with no issues, more than once. Sure, why not? And yet, he doesn't. He simply advocates that humans learn to cooperate to solve our problems, which we certainly need to do. Well, that kinda implies all humans of the world working together, does it not? In like a one-worldy government-y sort of way? Surely, right? Michael Collins has some really interesting and, in a sense, inspiring things to say about what seeing the Earth from way out in space meant to his life. What he writes bears repeating. I don't have the space for it all, but will share one idea that is novel. Quote, seeing the Earth from a distance has changed my perception of the solar system as well. Ever since Copernicus' theory that the Earth was a satellite of the Sun instead of vice versa gained wide acceptance, men have considered it an irrefutable truth. Yet, I submit that we still cling emotionally to the Copernican or polemic notion that the Earth is the center of everything. The sun comes up at dawn and goes down at dusk. Right? Question mark. Or, as the radio commercial describes sunset, quote, when the sun just goes away from the sky, baloney. Right. The sun doesn't rise or fall. It doesn't move, it just sits there. And we rotate in front of it. While dusk means we have turned another 180 degrees, we are being carried. Turned another 180 degrees and are being carried into the shadow zone. The sun never goes away from the sky. It's still there, sharing the same sky with us. It's simply that there is a chunk of Earth between us and the sun, which prevents our seeing it. Yeah. Everyone knows that, seemingly. Here we are here. But I really see it now. Page 472 to 73. Right. I, like Michael Collins, what I just quoted is neat. After reading lots of occult garbage, I really appreciate someone who isn't into emphasizing the sun. Right. If Michael were an occultist, he would not have made this statement. In fact, I think it would be healthy for Christians to quit looking at the stars and realize how wonderful God's green earth is. Praise his holy name. The earth is a very unique, wonderful, marvelous place. And all these people who use their imaginations and belittle the earth because they think some other planet in another galaxy is better, should do some space travel. Well, good luck with that. The earth is a miracle, and anyone who doesn't see God through his creation is not thinking straight. Back to the question, is Michael Collins' family part of the Illuminati Collins family? I have no idea. But Michael himself is not an internationalist. Right. But that wouldn't mean he's not part of the occult family, if you like. Would it, though? The Collins family is an old New England family. Early members of it were Francis, Edward, and John. Part of the satanic branch may live in England too. Like most top Illuminati families, the Collins have spread all over, so that even the West Coast has some members of this satanic bloodline. Part of the family is both related to aristocracy and to witchcraft. Shock horror. So, in Fritz's view, Michael Collins is not part of the Illuminati Collins family because what exactly? Because everything I've been reading kind of points to him being part of it. So he reckons he's not, because Collins doesn't portray this whole one-worldy view, if you like. But in my own view, he does portray that. He does promote that. And he did. Now, this did come out in 1995. So, I guess you could say, well, he had never seen everything that Collins talked about in the past or throughout his career. So I want to take you now to a Michael Collins interview. It's actually one with Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins, but it's Michael Collins we want to look at. So let me see if I can get it up. Never said that before. Are we still going? We're still going. Oh, we've hit the 3-hour mark now. We're getting there, right? We're laying the foundations tonight for, in particular, Michael Collins and Neil Armstrong and their connections. Anybody that I've missed? Hasdak, good man. Have a good one. Oh, Nick as well. Good to see you, Nick. I've been watching on TV, but can't type. Yeah, I know people have said that in the past. I put it on the telly, but I can't type in the chat. So, look, get 2 devices, right? And put a comment. I'm not having it. I'm not having it. No, I'm only joking. All good in the hood. Good to see you, Nick. Long-term sufferer of That's Life, but not as we know it. Going strong. Hey, we're hanging in there. No longer on the ball as well. Where did he go? There he goes. Good to see you. No Longer on the Ball is a channel that I recommend people check out. Great guy, talks a lot of sense, very open-minded, and quite refreshing in the YouTube realms, if you like. So thank you for being here tonight. Is Ulick away as well? What is this? An exodus? Good to see everyone at least. But we're still going. Let me see. We're still here. So let me find Michael Collins. We'll take the comment. And you can see the Scottish Rite flag in the bottom corner. That's the one they took, quote unquote, to the moon. I mean, it's quite comical when you put all these things together. It's kind of hard to think how anybody actually fell for it. I guess over time things become more obvious, but I mean, it's obviously I was not born at the time, but I kind of feel like, nah, I don't think I would have fell for it. Hey, maybe I would have. I probably would have, going by my younger days. I mean, I've always been quite rebellious. Is that the right word? I've never liked law and authority. I don't know. It's a hard one to try and imagine if I would have believed it or not. I don't think I would have. I think I would have found it debatable. I mean, even looking at the so-called footage from the television, it was like, wait, what? That's them on the moon? That's them on the moon? It's live? And then you had the president phoning them? I just, part of me thinks, nah, I don't think I could have bought it. But who knows, right? It's hard to say. I certainly don't buy it today, that's for sure. So if I go to present, now we're going to hear from Michael Collins. I wish I'd done this last week now, because I had it more set out. I had it more set out in my mind, basically. Is that the right one? I think it might be. Share. Wait a minute, that's not Michael Collins. It's the Michael Collins of 2024. Michelle Collins. Of course, she's going to introduce. Let me see quickly before I go. Yeah, what I'll do, if you're still about at the end, I'll put a link in, and people can check it out. I'll see if I can maybe find it, and I'll share it. In fact, I'll do that now before I forget, because I'm likely to forget, to be honest. I've seen a lot of stuff on that guy Liam Payne that died. I think most folk would say it's a distraction. Probably right, to be honest. I don't think it's a subject that we'll be looking into. Certainly a strange one, a bit suspicious. But I'll let other people look into that. We'll stick to what we know. What is that? God only knows. God only knows, right? Let me see. Why is it being a pain in the butt? Yeah, I don't think I can find it either. It's not coming up. Let me see. If I type that in, YouTube might be shadow banning you by the looks of it, because I can't find it. If I go to my subscriptions, right, then I should be able to find it, surely. I mean, I am subscribed, right? Have I been unsubscribed? Let me see quickly. Typical trying to be quick, and then it's not quick. Do you know what I'll do? I'll play the video and I'll find it while we're watching, right? So I'll put me onto mute, and then we'll play the video. So here it goes.
walls with the room to get a sense of the space. General Collins politely declined. He knows this space. In fact, he probably approved the plans for the seat that you're sitting in right now. We're delighted this evening to have him back on such familiar territory. Please welcome General Michael Collins.
Thank you. Thank you, Margaret. You're right. I've spent a lot of time in this room, and I apologize in some ways for its design. It's designed for IMAX, not for live speeches. Not sure anybody's up there. Out there, I'm down here in the bottom of a black hole, about to be sucked in by gravity. But anyway, it's very nice to be back here, and it's always nice to talk about Apollo, a great success story, I think. Behind me, I put that because it's better than looking at the black IMAX screen. And I like that photo. It's my favorite one. You see in the little thing, there are 3 billion people. And then in the big thing, there are 2 people. And posing prettily for the photographer who remains discreetly out of view. But it's nice to talk about Apollo. As John Glenn described, John F. Kennedy's mandate was a stark and very simple one: man on the moon by the end of the decade. It was such a clear objective, though there was no ambiguity to it. All factions could pull behind it. One time we had as many as, I think, 400,000 Americans working Apollo. When I was director here, I tried to use the same clarity in this building's construction. It was scheduled for July 4th, 1976, the nation's bicentennial. So we had Apollo, Man on the Moon, end of the decade, Museum on the Mall, bicentennial. And I used to run around Washington screaming, bicentennial, bicentennial, whenever there was a snag that popped up in the design or funding of the museum, and it helped a lot. But you're not here to discuss buildings, I know that, but to ask us, I suppose, what about Apollo? What do we remember? What was important? I was talking Apollo recently with my daughter Ann, and somehow One Small Step for a Man came up. What would she have said? I asked her. Had she been the first person down that Lem ladder? Maybe one small step for a woman? No, she shot back. Does this suit make me look fat? But back to the end of the decade. Mr. President, I think you would have been pleased with the flight of Apollo 11. Everything worked so well, so surprisingly well. About the flight itself, the thing I remember most is the view of planet Earth from a great distance. Tiny, very shiny, blue and white, bright, beautiful, serene, and fragile. You don't get the full flavor of it looking at this, because this has to be processed by film emulsions, which are pretty crude, and then projected. So it doesn't sparkle like the real thing did. It doesn't shine like a little gem as it would be if you could see it unfiltered. But is the vision true? Well, serene it is not. Fragile it is. The world population when we flew to the moon was 3 billion people. Today it's over 6 and headed for 8, so the experts say. In my view, this growth is not wise, healthy, or sustainable. The loss of habitat, the trashing of the oceans, the accumulation of waste products. This is no way to treat a planet. Yet how do you stop it? Our economic models are all predicated on growth. They require it. Grow or die, or maybe both. The dead zone created by runoff from the Mississippi into the Gulf of Mexico is now larger than the state of New Jersey and still growing. We need a new economic paradigm that somehow can produce prosperity without this kind of growth. Now, turning to NASA and our future in space, I add my voice to buzzes, although not as eloquently. Sometimes I think I flew to the wrong place. Mars was always my favorite as a kid, and it still is today. As celestial bodies go, the moon is not a particularly interesting place, but Mars is. And Mars is the closest thing to Earth's sister that we've found so far. I worry that the current emphasis on returning to the moon will cause us to become ensnared in a technological briar patch, needlessly delaying for decades the exploration of Mars, a much more worthwhile destination. I realize there are many difficulties in reaching Mars. It's a very long duration voyage. I even wrote a book about it one time. Equipment reliability, exposure to radiation, aspects of crew selection and psychology. All these things are tough problems, but I don't see a showstopper. They can be solved. I'd like to see Mars become the focus, just as John F. Kennedy focused on the moon. But getting back to Apollo, what was its significance? Historians tell us it's much too early to judge, but just suppose we could fly out into space a whole bunch of light years and look around. What would we see? With the right instruments, I think we could detect many, many star-planet combinations as suitable for sustaining life as our own Sun-Earth combo. I have to stop here and tell you a brief story. Years ago, I was writing about what we might detect in the way of far distant planets, and I kept using the word detectable. I write in longhand, so I sent it off to the typist, and when it came back, detectable had morphed into delectable. And I thought, that's wonderful. What a great promotion for a planet. But anyway, how would we judge those detectable delectables? What categories would we put them in? One way I think would be to see if their inhabitants were wanderers and if they had the capability to wander away from their home planet. Our Earth is a bit over 4 billion years old, and in the first 4 billion, in cosmic terms, not much happened. Then in 1968, we left. Apollo 8 left. It exceeded escape velocity, and gravity could no longer keep us pinned down here on the surface. The next year, Apollo 11 not only left, but arrived. Neither went very far or did very much. But as Ben Franklin once asked, of what use is a newborn baby? I think Apollo was a dividing line, putting Earth, for better or for worse, into a new category, into the big leagues of planets. To me, that is what is the most significant thing about Apollo. If you'll permit me a bit of alliteration, the flight, the accomplishments, the major accomplishment was not the flight of Apollo 11, but the 11 Apollo flights. Now, turning from the macro to the micro, turning to Collins, lucky old Mike, my concept of time has always been a bit strange. I can see a giant grandfather's clock up in the sky. Pendulum doesn't swing back and forth, it's stuck. It only moves once. It starts way over on the left. That's the young you. Too young to drive, drink, or have a steady girlfriend. Then one night while you're asleep, it sweeps over to the right, to the too old side. The next morning, you're suddenly over the hill, getting bald, don't try running, better add some omega-3 to your diet. For a lot of people, it seems that the pendulum has only those two stops, no middle, but not for the crew of Apollo 11. Consider that Neil Armstrong was born in 1930, Buzz Aldrin, 1930, Mike Collins, 1930. We came along at exactly the right time. That pendulum stopped for us in the middle. We had survived hazardous careers and been successful in them. But in my own case, at least, it involved 10% shrewd planning and 90% blind luck. Lucky, that is how, limited to one word, I would describe my life. Lucky to have had loving parents. Lucky to have found Pat. Lucky to have 2 great daughters and 7 great grandchildren. Lucky not to be rich, because I think most rich people develop problems, but not poor either, so that I can spend my time doing things that I like. What more could I ask? The things that I like, I split my time between Southern Florida and New England. I have a small paddle boat with which I fish, striped bass in the north, snook in the south, getting good exercise along the way. I do some watercolor painting. I'm not a pro like my friend Al Bean, but I'm trying to get better. I read a lot, cook, do 1 triathlon a year, worry about the stock market, keep looking for a really good bottle of Cabernet under $10. I'm moderately busy and happy. So, put lucky on my tombstone, but not too soon.
Thank you, General Collins. Our final speaker this evening will be Apollo 11 Commander Neil Armstrong. A proud graduate of Purdue University.
So that was Michael Collins, or should I say Michael Lucky Collins. And I mean, what do you even take away from that? It was, someone said word solid. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, what stood out for people in that? If Michael Collins was not an agenda's man, then I'm the Virgin Mary. No shit. He was well and truly an agenda's man. No 2 ways about it. And everything that he said since 1969 all points to this internationalist who wants to basically lower the population of the world because, remember, fragile. It's so fragile, and it's like, I think Jim Lovell talked about how he could hold his thumb up and look back at the earth and it was hidden behind his thumbnail, and it was so fragile and worrying. Just give me 2 seconds, actually. Right, there we go. We're back again. I had to go and sort something out. All good in the hood. So yeah, I mean, for all the just going back to the book by the guy Fritz, it is a great book. There is a lot of good information in it, but for him to come out and say that Collins is not one of these agendas men, I cannot buy it for 1 second. Does anybody honestly think that out of the three Apollo 11 astronauts, right? Buzz Aldrin, clearly high up in the Masonic order. Neil Armstrong, most definitely an occultist. And at the time, pretty high up in the occult world, the occult ladder, if you like. Now, what would be the chances that Collins was not of a similar entity? No chance, man. Each and every one of them would have been. There's not one that would not have been. It would not have happened like that. They couldn't risk having an average Joe, if you like, in amongst the not so average but occult. They were all part of the occult, guaranteed. They don't hide it with Buzz Aldrin. They to an extent hide it with Armstrong, but it's visible to see. When it comes to Collins, it's a bit more in the dark, but you can break down all his interviews and it becomes clear as day. Well, at least as clear as day used to be. On a not so chemtrail day, possibly. So, yeah, it's a great book, but in my own view, it could be debated, or it's maybe debatable, rather, if Collins was actually part of the Collins bloodline, the Illuminati one. But in my own view, there is no doubt whatsoever that Collins is indeed an advocate of a one world order, of a one world kind of entity where we all unite and care about the planet. One of the most interesting things that got said, and I think it might have been Jim Lovell, he said, we went to the moon, but we discovered the Earth. And it's like, wait, what? The fuck did you do that? They went to the moon and they discovered Earth. It's like, well, surely the mission was to discover the moon and see what it's like. And they always dance around and add a joke or two to lighten the mood, rather than tell you about what the moon was like or the stars and looking out at the sun or what have you. Oh no, we'll focus on the Earth and we'll talk about how fragile it is. And it's like, right. And the takeaway from Collins's talk there is he was lucky. I wonder if Buzz Aldrin would say that he was also lucky. Of course, I shouldn't laugh, but wee Buzz went into a state of depression, and it's quite incredible when you think back that I reckon a lot of people would have tipped Buzz Aldrin to not be here today, and yet Buzz is still here. I find that quite funny. I kind of feel like they might have replaced Buzz Aldrin. And I mean, I've not, obviously it's just an opinion that I've got, right? But there's a series, an animated series called Inside Job. And in this, there's a particular episode about the moon. And basically, Buzz Aldrin is still on the moon. But back on Earth, there's an actor who pretends to be Buzz Aldrin. And I mean, it's quite comical. It's probably not something that many people have seen. But if you get a chance to watch it, check it out. It's quite interesting. And it could be a nod, a kind of nod in the direction of, yeah, Buzz Aldrin might not actually be Buzz Aldrin. They've got some crazy mad actor. Yeah, he was still on the moon. He was still on the moon, and in the episode, they have to go to the moon and kind of fight. They've built a base on the moon, and they've started a new world. It's quite funny, actually. But in the episode as well, what happened when Buzz and Neil and Collins went to the moon? Buzz ended up killing Neil Armstrong on the moon, and they find Neil's body eventually. But maybe we can cover it another time. It might be quite interesting. I think it ran for 2 seasons, Inside Job. And it's basically about a corporation that's a lot like, I guess, the CIA, maybe. And they basically run the world. And their kind of enemy is the Illuminati, who also run the world. And yeah, it's interesting. It's quite telling. And I mean, you could say, look, it's a cartoon, it's an animation, but there's so much stuff they go on about. It's quite incredible, the stuff they talk about. The people who wrote it, I mean, they clearly know their stuff in regards to the Illuminati, the whole occult situation, and people that pull the strings in the world, even getting into the whole reptilian side of stuff, which is, again, quite interesting. It's probably worth checking out, to be honest, if not already. So in my own view, I do not buy that Michael Collins is not part of the occult. I do not buy it. If he wasn't part of the occult, he wouldn't have got there in the first place. Clearly. He was right up there. Similar with Neil, similar with Buzz, and I would imagine the same with each and every Apollo astronaut that we got put upon us. They were not your average Joe. They're not your civilian off the street. They were all brought from the military. And quite a telling interview by Wally Schirra. He told us, he let it slip, that they never even had a choice. They were drafted from the military to go and join this organization that was originally a military organization that then went on to become NASA. And they were ordered to go there and join it. It wasn't I filled in an application and away I went and I got the job. It was a military order they got. And a lot of them were under the impression, well, some of them, but not all of them, they were under this impression that it was a space race and they were fighting against Russia, and it was about who's going to have the technology to get to the moon first. And it's typical of how the world that we're in works. They make it this competition, so they'll pit one against the other. Like, right, America against Russia, who's going to win? And it's like one of them do this, the other do that, the other do this, but it all boils down to one thing. And in this case, it's going to the moon, discovering Earth, and realizing it's in danger. It's overpopulated. We can't sustain it anymore. We need to, I don't know, release a juice and cut the numbers down a bit, right? I mean, they've certainly been doing that. Even when they talk about, what is it? How many are they talking now? 7 billion people? I do not buy that. I do not buy that, man. I don't know about anybody else, but maybe maybe it's just me that's like, I can't believe anything they tell us, not one thing. But they push it to such an extent, I can't help but think, well, is that true though? I think a lot of it's got to be taken with a pinch of salt. I genuinely don't think there is as much as they say, but they clearly want a lot of people taken out in this whole depopulation situation. And getting back to the juice, a lot of people look at that and they say, well, it's depopulation. And yeah, it probably is that, but it's always more than one thing. So you've got depopulation is a constant. It's a constant throughout. There's many, many ways they stop us from reproducing, including even the likes of contraception is a form of depopulation. Some people will say, well, it's not, but it is, though. It genuinely is. I think the worry with them has been that if we get too populated, we might fucking turn the table and say, well, wait a minute, what's going on here? So if we've not got the numbers, I mean, if you look at it from the point of view like a shepherd with a herd of sheep, too many sheep could be hard to control. They're going to be all over the place. You're going to lose them. They might stampede you and take you out, right? So I think there's, if they can try and keep it to a controllable number, then they stay in power, whereas we stay as the sheeple, if you like. What's my dog doing? You all right? It's Smudge. He's already been out, but after this, and we're not far from done, we're pretty much done, to be fair. I'm going to take my own dog out, Beans. Mr. Beans, where is he? He's having a nap. But I've got to take him out because I never took him out last night. So I'll take him out tonight. And it'll be about probably 12:30 at night. And people, there's that nutter walking his dog again. There's that mad conspiracy theorist walking his dog at 12:30 at night. Do you know, I don't mind it. I take him out in the day when I can, but I don't mind taking him at night because I could just let him off the lead and he pleases himself and he's not going to run up to anybody. He's quite a big dog. And I mean, he's a harmless dog. But I mean, I do sometimes think, well, I don't want him to scare anybody. Do you know, because he'll run up and try and sniff your shoe or, I mean, something like that. He's a classic Labrador. But I know some people, they're a bit scared if a dog comes running towards them that's like the size of a pony. They're like, they think they're going to get attacked, right? So I've got that in mind. So when it's late, there's no one's about here. It's very rare I see anybody when I'm out at night. Everyone's in their bed, right? So, and I can remember pre-pandemic, you would always see someone going about. Then after the whole pandemic, it's like people don't go out anymore. They've been, I think what's happened is the whole lockdown scenario in that period, it what would be the word? Institutionalized people. Do you know, if you get folk, right, and I've met people who they've been in jail, they got put to jail for 2 years, 3 years. They come out of jail and they live at home like they're in jail. They eat the same food. they do things at the same time. And it's like, mate, you know you're not in the jail anymore, right? But they become so used to it. It's like the masses got institutionalized through the whole lockdown scenario. And I mean, when we talked about lockdown when it came out, it was pretty clear it was going to be very, very. It was going to have a very bad effect on folk, and it did. It truly did. I've seen it with people. A lot of people, I mean, even just looking at the suicide rate after lockdown, it shot through the space, if you like, higher than space, beyond the moon. I shouldn't laugh, but it did. It skyrocketed to incredible proportions. Eye-watering, man. And it's not even stopped. It's continued. You could say that was a depopulation thing as well. Of course, there was many aspects to it, and this is how they work their master strokes. There's always more than one thing from anything that they do. Guaranteed. And it was heartbreaking going through all that, seeing it. I mean, I kind of feel that I can only speak for me, but I feel that I'm glad. Well, I am glad that I never took anything on. What are you moaning about? Go and lie down. Honestly. So I did not take anything on. I didn't take on the fear. I didn't take on the whole lockdown scenario. I didn't take on, oh, don't touch anyone, don't hug anyone. I thought, nah, stick that where the sun don't shine. I continued to live my life without fear and without worry. And I'm glad that I did. I'm so glad that I did, man. So glad. I just wish a lot more people did the same. And I know folks say, look, I've had people saying, look, it's their own fault. Yeah, there is that aspect to it. But I do still think, well, these people got fooled, right? They got bribed, bullied, and blackmailed into behaving a certain way. And of course, they said, oh, 2 weeks, flatten the curve, everything will be all right. And then what, 2 years later? I shouldn't laugh again, but honestly, man, it's the jail these people need. If it was up to me, it would be a lot more than that. They would be, I mean, I don't know if I'd even be allowed to say. I don't think I'd be allowed to say without being, I don't know, arrested or shut down. But you'll probably understand what I'm saying. So yeah, I think maybe we might begin to kind of wrap it up tonight. We went on, what are we at now? 3:47, which is not a record. I think the longest was about, I think it was close to 5 hours, which is too much. It's too long. It's too long. And I know you can never please everyone, which is, it's always going to be the case. Some people will say, look, 2 hours, 3 hours, too long. I can't watch it. Well, you don't have to watch it fucking all at once, though, do you? You can break it down. And then some people say, well, I like the longer format where you can put it on and you can go away and do stuff and still listen in the background rather than short format. For me personally, I think I prefer longer format. This whole shorts and half-a-minute videos, I just think it feels pointless. It feels pointless to me. Maybe not so much to these kind of TikTok short form thinking people, but that's not by accident either. What would you call it? The attention span of people, that's being depopulated as well. That's being broken down to, I can only think for 10 seconds and then move on, like a goldfish maybe. A goldfish is not even as stupid as some of the folk that I've met. And that's coming from me. So let me see. Does anybody want to hear what Armstrong said? Probably not, to be honest. He's another one it's always very cryptic and never what you expect to hear. It's like, well, tell us something about the fucking moon. Tell us something that's interesting. Oh, I was lucky. Oh, the world, billions of people. Well, we already hear that. We want to hear something that is new and refreshing and maybe good, but it's never the case, man. Never the case. What are you wanting? Eh? he's like, look, mate, wrap it up, right? I don't know, is it because Beans has got your ball? Give him his ball. Beans. He's like, nah, mate. It's my ball now. Oh, they're quite funny. But yeah. Let's see. I'll play a wee bit of it. We'll go to the 4-hour mark. So we've got 10 minutes. We'll listen to a wee bit of Mr. Armstrong. Well, it's Smudge. He's already been walked, but he's just moaning. He's moaning because Beans has got his tennis ball. So I think that's why he's moaning. But he's been moaning. See, we're looking after him because Lisa's mum's other dog, who's female, is on heat. And he's been going absolute ape and barking and trying to chew through doors. You can imagine, right? So we've said, right, okay, we'll take him. And I think he just misses the other dog. Excuse me. So we'll play a wee bit and then we'll begin to wind it down. Here it goes.
A businessman who has served on numerous boards. And for 40 years, a careful steward of the responsibility of being the first man on the moon. It is an honor to introduce Mr. Neil Armstrong.
Thank you so much. Oh, you know. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our reason for gathering here tonight is to remember the Apollo program, in particular the 40th anniversary year of achievements in the year 1969. And because I wanted to talk about things other than what the previous speakers talked about, I chose for my title Goddard, Governance, and Geophysics. Part one. Goddard. Many of you here tonight know of Robert Goddard, the American inventor of the liquid fueled rocket. As a young professor at Clark University early in the 20th century, he searched for support for rocket research without much success. His first substantive help was a $5,000 grant over 5 years from the Smithsonian Institution. He received no government assistance in any of his liquid rocket work. The first successful liquid rocket flight occurred in Massachusetts in 1926. Distance covered 180 feet, 184 feet, or maximum altitude 41 feet. From then, for the next decade and a half until the beginning of World War II, he was improving and enlarging his rockets and flying them faster and higher at his flight test range in New Mexico. As a result of this work, he held 214 patents on that work. His inventions, his patents, his successes were of limited interest here in the United States, but they were oft noted in Europe, where rocket clubs were very, very popular. The British Interplanetary Society, the GIRD in the Soviet Union, and the German Rocket Society, and the rocket section of the Société Astronomique de France. In the 1930s, the weapons department of the Army in Berlin recruited rocket enthusiasts, including a young Werner von Braun from the German Rocket Society, in order to institute a crash program in rocket weapon development. And they built ever larger rockets, culminating in the A4, or the Vengeance Weapon the V2. At 14 tons and 47 feet in height, it was a gigantic rocket for the time. Thousands of V2s were launched toward England and Holland with speeds of over 3,000 miles per hour and a range of 234 miles and approximately a 1-ton warhead. The V2 clearly suggested that a rocket-powered long-range weapon might be a useful addition to a military arsenal. And no V2 had ever been intercepted or shot down. At least 6 concepts resident in the V2 had been patented by Robert Goddard, most of them prior to the beginning of the German military rocket effort. Analysis of the V2 immediately after the end of the war disclosed that all of its principal characteristics were nearly identical to the Goddard rockets. It didn't take long for military planners, particularly in the Soviet Union and here in the United States, to note the possibility of long-range rockets armed with nuclear warheads, probably atomic warheads at that point. Aerospace manufacturers responded to military requirements with rocket-powered ballistic missiles of ever-increasing range and accuracy. Part 2, governance. A great global schism developed during these years. This political discord was based on 2 superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, competing for the respect of the world in general and the unaligned nations in particular. And many of you here tonight remember well the Cold War, vividly. Younger members of the audience may not remember it at all. Cold War was a state of high tension and high political tension and intense military rivalry. The United States and its Western allies versus the Soviet Union and its socialist satellite states. To defend themselves, the superpowers depended on the doctrine of mutually assured destruction. To deter either side from initiating a nuclear attack, both sides were committed to a full-scale nuclear counterattack, assuring the total destruction of both nations. Thousands of ballistic missiles armed with nuclear warheads created by the two superpowers and pointed toward each other. The ultimate in brinkmanship. Part 3, geophysics. During the Cold War, a little remembered but particularly important research program was underway. The program was called the International Geophysical Year, or IGY. 66 countries joined together to analyze our Earth. Oceanography, meteorology, solar activity, the Earth's magnetism, the upper atmosphere, cosmic rays, meteors, the fascinating geophysical sciences. The IGY was planned for mid-1957 till the end of 1958. And even before the IGY began, scientists, particularly Russian and American, recognized that if it would be possible to use one of these new high-performance military rockets carrying scientific instruments to put a man-made object into orbit around the Earth, it would have a new perspective, that allow accurate measurements, perhaps solving or at least shedding new light on some of Earth's mysteries. Both countries publicly announced that.
I think that'll be enough from Neil. Again, it's just like, wait, what? Are we talking about the moon here? Are we talking about Apollo? We don't seem to be talking about stuff that you would think they would be talking. He loves doing the old 666 with the hand symbol. He's like, his fingers are glued in the 666 position. I don't know if you've seen it. You might have caught it. Interesting as well. The Wright brothers flight happened, right? And then the so-called Apollo program happened. It was 66 years between them. Now, what's the chances between Apollo 11 and the next big space psyop is going to be 66 years as well? And I think, what are we on now? 50 something years. So in the next 10 or so years, there will be another gigantic psyop, probably by the looks of it, Musk and NASA going to planet Mars. And of course, if you believe that, well, you'd believe anything, to be honest. I mean, Mars is an interesting one. Anytime I've observed it through a telescope, it's just like a light in the sky. And of course, people, it's thousands and light years and billions and fucking all this. But you can't observe it as a planet, if you like. A rocky red planet. None of them you can observe to such an extent, except from when I looked at Saturn. It just looked so strange, to be honest. I mean, I was blown away when I first seen it through a telescope. I thought, that can't be right. What the heck? It blew me away, man. I was like, nah, it just looked so fake and just unrealistic. Then when I've looked at different stars, you don't even see anything that would that you'd think was like a planet or a rocky entity. It's like a big light in the sky. But of course, James Webb and so forth, they've documented it, right? So we just believe that, I guess. And yeah, it's a strange one. It's a very strange one. So, in my own view, you can't land on the moon. You simply can't. So not only, and this is me personally speaking, not only did they not go to the moon, it's impossible to go there. It's impossible to walk on it. And I would imagine it is the same when you talk about Mars, the planet Mars as well. You can't go there and you cannot walk on it. Now, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'm open to debate. I'm not so stubborn as to say, look, I know and everything else is wrong. Not at all. But in my own view, it's never going to happen. It would never happen. And if they do it again, this let's go to Mars situation, like Apollo 11 take 2, do not fucking buy it, man. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. If in years to come, hey, we could still be here. Who knows? God granted. In years to come, if we get a live feed from Mars and the AI robot president at the time phones up Mars as well, don't buy it, right? Don't buy it. But yeah, I reckon I'm sure it was 66 years between. I reckon it would be 66 years after something else goes down. What are you doing, Beans? Beans. It's been a little bugger. So yeah, what I'll do is, hey, no one's probably as boring as me as to actually watch this stuff. I mean, it's like, oh man, once you've seen one, you've kind of seen them all. But I'll put it in the chat, and if anybody wants to check it out, you can check it out, right? And drop a comment and say, Talbanocky sent me here to call out the bullshit and to call out Michael Collins. I mean, I simply cannot buy that Michael Collins was not part of the occult. I cannot buy that. And I'm quite surprised the guy even said that in 1995. I find it a bit strange. And we might go back to that book at some point, which I did link in. I'll put it in one more time and try not to delete the comment. Oh man, one of these days we'll get it right. But we are now going to wind it down. Yeah, it's been a while, right? It's been a while, but it's good to be back. And I reckon through the week I'll try and get on again. Failing that, the Friday fix will return on, funnily enough, Friday, right? So look out for it. Jay in the Hood as well, good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Justine, always a pleasure. I hope you're doing well. And yeah, keep up the I was going to say work. Keep up the videos. I did watch, I think it was the last one, and you had an issue with someone. And I mean, I'm unsure who you were referring to, but I understand it as well. You know, you get people like that in life where you think you know them, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, they're like a different person. And I've had that in the past with folk. And the older I get, the less friends I tend to have. And I remember my dad kind of told me, a lot of people, you think they're your friend, but they're not. And it took me years to understand what he meant. I guess with age, you begin to work people out a bit more. But they always tend to surprise me. They always tend to surprise me, to be honest. Yeah, we keep going. We keep going. We keep our heads high, and we don't bend and we don't break. Dawn as well, a pleasure, and thank you to Dawn and also Justine for the continued support by being a member. I think we've got Dawn, Justine, Sensum, our English brother, and Gaynor, who I don't see about, but I hope she's doing well. It would be nice to hear from her. And who's there's one more. Is it Chilster? I think, but he's got two names, so take your pick. But much appreciated. Who else did I see? Yeah, thanks very much, Jay. Yeah, family as well. Yeah, you can't choose your family, that's for sure. And I've fell out with family members. That was another big thing during the whole pandemic. It divided so many people. So many. I bet if you looked at divorces during the time, it probably peaked. There was like a big spike. Because it was like taking the juice was a very dividing thing. You was either for it or against it. And it broke up. I seen it. It broke up many relationships. But it also united a lot of people. Excuse me. And I'll never forget what they done. Well, hopefully, hopefully I won't. Right? I certainly won't forgive them. I can try to forgive, but I don't think I will. To be honest. Ross as well. A pleasure to see you. I hope you're doing well, Ross. I'll go visit William, and he can show me what I'm doing, and he can show me what I'm doing. Sure. Why not, Ross? Good man. Thanks for joining tonight. Oh, Jane as well in the hood. Good to see you, Jane. We don't take the same beat. Yeah, I think so, right? Yeah. It wears a bit thin. It wears thin as time goes on. You think, nah, hey, I've not got time for it. Yeah, I think you could be right, Jane. Good to see you. Oh, Mark as well, from Oz. Of Oz. Yeah, good to see you, Mark. A long-term sufferer of that's life, but not as we know it. Great stuff. I hope you're doing well. Anybody else that I missed? I think Norman, Jay, Ross, Mark, Rotary Motion. Much appreciated for jumping in. Both on YouTube and Twitter, X even. Anybody else? Ulick. Did I miss anybody? Paul as well. Good to see you, Paul. Oh, Willow Moon, Miss Willow Moon. Fantastic. Yeah, I'm the same. I mean, if I'm gonna watch a video, I kind of feel like I need it to be worthwhile. In the past, I've looked through a list of videos, and I always watch the longest first. It's like, I don't know. I don't know if it's habit or what have you, but I like them to be long. This 20-second minute video, just nah. Don't waste my time, right? Give me something that's at least 2 hours long, and I can use that. Anybody else that I missed? J Ross. Oh, MB in the hood. Good to see you, MB. Hope you're doing well. And I always find your avatar a bit scary. It's like I don't know what it is. It's some sort of horror Halloween mask, maybe. You can let us know if you're still there. Miss Willow Moon, anybody else that I missed? Oh, Martha in the hood. Good to see you, Martha. Back again. Thank you for jumping in. Same big guardian dogs. They're not good on leashes. They are off leash, and I take them out. Yeah, mine chased a cat as well. That's one thing I can't seem to stop him from doing. He's like, nope. He just shoots off, and I always say to him, look, you're never going to catch the cat. Oh, and there was one night as well. I was taking him back. We were coming back home, and he chased a cat, right? So he chased a cat, and the cat ran behind a van, this big white van, and then it went underneath it. And Beans was running round and round the van looking for it. And it was underneath, it was hiding underneath. And I was like, it's right. He was still running around thinking it's here somewhere. And he couldn't, it didn't compute in his mind. It was just hiding underneath the van. But I could see its eyes glowing. It was quite funny. As smart as a dog is that he is, he can be quite comical at times. So yeah, it's been great, been a pleasure. We went a wee bit over time, but hey, I guess that's life, but not as we know it. So I will try and get back on midweek. What we're going to cover, I do not know. Time will tell, right? Something might come up. Failing that, I might just jump on and we can get a catch up, and you can share your insights with me rather than me sharing my BS with you. But yeah, I think we were away 2.5 weeks, maybe longer. So it's good to be back, and it's good to see everyone. I hope everyone has a good week ahead. We're into Monday morning now, the Monday blues. And I don't know how many folk here follow the guy Richie Allen, but he kind of took a wee bit of a break from the radio show that he does. And I totally understand that. I think a lot of the... See, and I've talked about this before. When you're talking about the things we talk about, it can build up. I mean, when you're talking about the bad shit in the world, how satanic it is, how evil it is, how double-crossing these people are, it can get heavy on you if you're doing it constantly and over and over and over. And I think Richie was in that position where he kind of done too much, in my own view. And I think it's the only way he knows. He's like someone who has to be working constantly. But that can all catch up on you. So hopefully Richie's going to be all right, and he comes back and he's refreshed, if you like. But I totally get it. I mean, he's been covering stuff for, well, I think 2014 and before that, maybe, at the People's Voice. Then he went on to do his own thing. And I think I started listening to Richie in 2014. And I think he was... Yeah, it would have been 2014. He had just started. And I remember it was the Scottish independence referendum. And what was good about the shows that he done, he would get on different guests. And it was always a guest that you wouldn't get on anywhere else. So the mainstream media would never interview them. So I thought that was a good thing, which was quite rare at the time. It's a wee bit different today, but going back to 2014, it was rare to find a kind of presenter that would be like interviewing people who were deemed conspiracy theorists or Holocaust deniers and stuff like that. So he gave people a bit of a platform to do it. And I think it just wore him down, to be honest. I think it wore him down. So, yeah, hopefully he'll make a full recovery and he'll be all right. For a while, he was kind of doing stuff with the guy David Icke, but then they parted ways. I don't think they fell out, but I don't know. I mean, I think they do still speak today, but they haven't got the same connection. But if he comes back and stuff like that, I'll let you know, right? Anybody else that I missed quickly before we go? Jay, Justine, Dangleberries, thanks for joining. There's Carmel in the hood. Good to see you, Carmel. Another long-term sufferer of the That's Life But Not As We Know It. So let me see if I can find a tune before we're here forever. Yeah, I think I'll play that. Yeah, why not? So, like I always say, do not live in fear. Don't do it. Don't buy it. Do what you need to do. Don't let anybody get in your way, man. Don't let anybody bring you down. Nobody. Don't let anybody tell you different. Nobody. You do what you need to do. And always do what you feel is right. Because when you do what you feel is right, you cannot go wrong. You simply can't. And always go, if I was to give any advice, it would be go with your gut instinct. It will not let you down. Right? And nobody gets in your way. No matter who they think they are. Just do what you need to do. And get out there. Try and enjoy yourself. Let go of the world's issues. Because they always want us bogged down in all the issues that are going on. Constantly. They want us in this state, this trance. Oh, constantly worried. And a funny thing my dad always said to me, even as a young boy, he would say, why do you worry? Where does worrying get you? It'll get you nowhere. If something's going to happen, it'll happen, even if you worry about it or not. And he was right. It gets you nowhere, and it's probably not healthy for your body, mind, and spirit. So forget about worrying. Enjoy it while we're still here, man. Do what you need to do. And like I always say, no matter what, no matter where, do not comply. And that is about it. Bye-bye.
Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight.
learned to control the weather yet, but that's something we can look forward to as tomorrow's challenge. We haven't learned to control the weather yet, but that's something we can look forward to as tomorrow's challenge.
Right. Tomorrow's challenge. Right.